as we go into the day. So if we could please have the first slide for the questions on the screen now. Hello, can we kindly have the first slide on the screen? The first slide for the Mentimeter should please be on the screen at this juncture. The code, yeah, it would please put this first slide on the screen. First question on the screen. Yes, so you can scan the code here. And the first question is, what uncomfortable truth about business and human rights do you think organizations still avoid confronting? This is totally anonymous, so you can be as brutally honest as possible. And this would basically inform the conversations that we have today. So this could be uncomfortable truths from your company, from any company at all, as long as you have, the idea and you have an understanding. Looking forward to my first response. Okay, we have one response. Okay. Yeah. I think on paper, every company is doing well, especially in terms of people living with disabilities. But I mean, there are still things that we have to confront. For example, there's no elevator in quite a number of buildings, but yeah. So we're looking forward to more responses. Please keep them coming. Nobody knows who you are, so please feel free. Please don't be shy. This is one of the opportunities where your voice gets to be heard today. I'm seeing people clacking and typing. I'm really looking forward to paragraphs. As another response, um, providing to ensure that human rights are protected will cost a lot. It does cost a lot sometimes, but obviously there's double bottom line. Our economy is not making. Okay. Interesting. So we're seeing economy. Of course, the economy comes in. The cost, because we're talking about businesses here. We're talking supply chains. Exactly. We're talking having a double bottom line. Business and human rights does not stop you from being a profitable business. Yes, definitely. It doesn't. That's why we're here today, to have the conversations about trust, building trust that lasts. Okay. Can I move to the next slide, or do we still want to? We can. Um, Media, I think we can go on to the next slide, please. Right. What is working in your sector around accountability, business, and human rights? So every sector has um, their own peculiar, business and human rights conversations. For example, the oil and gas and their host communities, where we have people in the chemical sector, telecoms. Everyone is different. So we want to understand basically what every sector is currently looking at, like in Nigeria. Every sector is not the same, and so their challenges or their realities are also not the same. So I'm looking forward to responses while I check in on our tea. So I'm looking forward to the responses on this question, because I would like to believe that we're all not from the same sector. Great. World class gender balance ESG. If it's possible for you to indicate the sector, so that we know exactly what sector focusing on with your response. Effective networking. Okay, that's interesting for the banking sector. Please keep your responses coming in. Remember, nobody knows who you are. This is one time where your voice gets to be heard during the event, and we want to ensure that everybody is fully represented here. more people in the room compared to the responses I'm seeing on the. Great. Please keep your responses coming. We're going to have a moment to discuss them, just to have, a good understanding of what everyone here is thinking. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we finally have tea. So if you want to have something to eat before you come back into the hall, that's okay. Or you can step outside and just have something light. The hotel is ready for us now.
Recording in progress.
Good morning once again to our distinguished guest. We're just about to start properly and formally, so we just need everyone to get back into the room and then we can kickstart the event. Once again, my name is Stephanie Iwunze. I work as the programs slash PE manager at the UN Global Compact Network here in Nigeria, and I would be your host today. Okay, so media, do I have your attention? Great. So we'd like to move to the next slide, which is the last question on our Mentimeter. If you were not, in the room before, you can just scan and continue, and would move on. So we like to do something where, after having our conversations, there has to be something practical that you're able to do, something small, something practical that you're able to take back to work, take back to your business. So after this dialogue, what are 2 or 3 practical actions you would take on Monday? Just think about the smallest issue with regards to BHR in a circle that you're able to control. What difference would you make? What change will you make in your hiring process on Monday? What change would you make with your employee time schedules on Monday? We're being very specific. Monday is in 3 days, basically. So would like to see your responses. Just scan the QR code while everyone comes in. As you're walking in, please scan the QR code so we can take the last question on the Mentimeter, and then we can quickly start the program. We would do that. Okay. Thank you for your suggestion. We'll still put this up after the dialogue. So in a few minutes, we're going to have the hotel staff, the hotel security team, come give us a very brief security talk, and also, where to find the toilets, conversations around fire, exits, and preparations. So after that, then we'll be fully ready to kickstart the program for today. Okay, so good morning once again. I think I would have to take the brief myself since I have the paper here. Can't keep waiting for them. Um, so, in case of an emergency, please be calm and listen to the further instructions by the emergency responsive team via the loudspeakers. Emergency exit doors are provided at the designated points as indicated by appropriate signage. Rest assured that we have provided serviceable fire and burglary alarm system. We have in place smoke detectors, hydrants, sprinkler system, fire detection system, automated fire doors to assist protect crossfire, and qualified firefighters with serviceable fire extinguishing equipment within the facility in conjunction with the Ethiopia local government fire station. Please be aware that there is no fire drill today, and so if you hear the fire alarm, please know that it's not a drill and would have to wait for further instructions from the security team. There are restrooms down the hall by your left in case you want to use the restroom, and we have very trained emergency responsive teams available to respond in case of an emergency. So now to formally kickstart the event again. Finally, good morning once again to everyone. Distinguished guests, representatives of government, members of the diplomatic community, business leaders, sustainability practitioners, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the United Nations Global Compact Network Nigeria's private sector dialogue on business and human rights. Across global markets, investors, regulators, consumers, and business partners increasingly expect companies not only to create economic value, but also to demonstrate accountability, transparency, and respect for human rights throughout their operations and value chains. So today's dialogue invites us to explore a simple but powerful idea that respect for human rights is no longer separate from business success. Increasingly, it is one of its very strong foundations. So we're discussing the double bottom line, as we always do. We are also gathered to celebrate the successful completion of the 2026 Business and Human Rights Accelerator Program in Nigeria, and to recognize the commitment demonstrated by participating companies throughout this journey. To formally welcome us and set the tone for today's program, please join me in welcoming Ms. Naomi Nwokolo, the Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the United Nations Global Compact Network Nigeria. Please let's have her on the screen.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Good morning, our distinguished guests, Board Chair of the UN Global Compact Network Nigeria, partners, members of the business community. Can you hear me? Seems like I'm echoing.
Hello.
Yes,
We can hear you loud and clear. Please go on.
sincerely thank our Danish partners and representatives for their continued support and engagement. Your partnership has been valuable in strengthening this work and deepening the conversation on responsible business conduct, human rights due diligence, and sustainable market access. Across the world, expectations of business are changing. Investors are looking beyond financial performance to understand how companies manage social and governance risk. Workers increasingly want to be part of organizations that reflect these values. Consumers, regulators, partners, and communities are also asking for greater transparency, accountability, and responsible conduct. This means that business and human rights can no longer be treated as a side conversation. It must become part of how companies think, plan, govern, and grow. At the United Nations Global Compact Network Nigeria, our commitment to this agenda is firmly rooted in our 10 principles, particularly principles 1 and 2, which call on business to support and respect internationally proclaimed human rights and ensure that they are not complicit in human rights abuses of any form. These principles remind us that businesses do not operate in isolation. Every decision, from how workers are treated to how suppliers are engaged, how communities are consulted, and how customers are served, has the potential to impact people. The Business and Human Rights Accelerator was designed to help companies move from awareness to action, to strengthen internal systems, and embed respect for human rights into governance structures and day-to-day operations. What makes today's conversation particularly important is its focus on accountability, which is built when commitments are translated into clear processes, responsible decisions, and visible action. It is built when stakeholders can see and experience that the company takes its responsibilities very seriously. As we close this phase of the accelerator, I encourage all our participating companies to see this not as the end of the journey, but actually as the beginning of deeper action. The real value of this program will be seen in what happens after today. The policies that have been strengthened, the risks identified, the conversations started internally, and the systems improved, and importantly, the decisions that will be made differently. Once again, I congratulate all our participating companies. I thank our Danish partners again, the National Human Rights Commission, our speakers, our facilitators, and every organization represented here today for your leadership and commitment. And I look forward to a very rich, honest, and practical conversation. Thank you very much.
Of strong governance, ethical leadership, and responsible business practice. In addition to serving as the board chair of the United Nations Global Compact Network Nigeria, she is the company secretary of MTN Nigeria, bringing extensive experience in corporate governance, regulatory affairs, and sustainable leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Mrs. Uto Ukpana.
Good morning, everyone. The energy is too low. Is it because it's threatening to rain? The rain is not getting inside this hall. So let there be more energy. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. That's much better. I'm sure the smiles too can come. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Absolutely better. So once again, let me join Naomi and the entire United Nations Global Compact Nigeria Network in welcoming you to this accelerator program and engagement this morning. And thank you for making time to come out quite early and on time so that we can start. So once again, I join the executive director and the team to welcoming you, distinguished guests, all our speakers and resources today, leaders of the private sector, our development partners, in this case, the Danish High Commission. Thank you very much for your support. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the board of the United Nations Global Compact Network Nigeria, it is my honor to open this private sector dialogue. It is timely and it's a necessary discussion, and it should not just end here today. It should be a continuing conversation on how expectations around business are changing and what companies must now do to remain trusted, competitive, and prepared for the future. For many years, human rights in businesses were often treated as something very distant and remote from the core of the enterprise. Now we're better informed. It appeared in annual reports, policy documents, sustainability pages, and public commitments. That was important, very much so, but sometimes too far removed from everyday business decisions. Today, human rights due diligence is no longer only a question of values. It is becoming a question of business credibility, market access, investor confidence, and long-term resilience for various entities. Global partners are asking harder questions now. They're not just reading what you put out there. They're not just listening to what you say. They're not just accepting corporate speak. Investors are looking beyond ambition to evidence. They actually want to see what you are doing. Procurement teams are assessing how companies manage risk. Lenders are paying attention to governance and accountability, because if they lend you money, they want to be sure you will remain a going concern. And this is important. And increasingly, markets are beginning to distinguish between companies that can demonstrate responsible practice and those that only speak about it. And so the question is no longer whether business supports human rights in principle, but if they can prove it in practice. And if you look at the thematic groups in the UN Global Compact 10 principles, you see that human rights is top of that, 1 and 2. And so can your company show how it identifies risk to workers, communities, suppliers, customers, and other affected stakeholders? Can you answer a yes to that? Food for thought. Can it demonstrate what action was taken, who was responsible, and what changed, and how harm was prevented or addressed? Another food for thought. This is the direction in which the world is moving, from commitments to evidence. For Nigerian businesses, and when you look around our operating environment, very difficult. So it becomes even tougher to answer those questions. And so for businesses within our operating environment, this shift has real commercial implications. With global supply chains under greater scrutiny, new reporting standards emerging, trade measures such as the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism reshaping market expectations, companies will increasingly be judged by how responsibly they produce, how credibly they document, and how transparently they respond. In this new environment, trust has therefore become a serious business asset. In fact, trust is a currency that must not be devalued. Trust is built by systems, credible systems, enduring systems. It's also built through leadership decisions, supplier practices that are monitored, grievance mechanisms that people actually use, labor standards that are verified, and community engagement that is genuine. It's no longer just mouthing all those words. It is built by boards that ask better questions, and then this also begs for a continuous development and awareness of boards. At board level, the conversation is evolving beyond just profit margins, growth, and expansion. But it's also about the practices that make that growth sustainable, defensible, and worthy of investor confidence. And of course, stakeholder beyond the investors, the confidence of other stakeholders. The companies that will lead in the coming decade are not those that treat human rights as a communication issue. They are the companies that embed it into governance, risk management, strategy, and everyday business practice. It must be in the DNA of the organization. And so that is why the Business and Human Rights Accelerator Program, implemented by the UN Global Compact, is so important. It gives companies a practical pathway to understand their risks, strengthen their systems, and begin building the accountability practices that are now becoming central to responsible and competitive businesses. Just before we started, you were asked to scan the QR code, and the question is, what will you do on Monday? And so it's not just about the theory, but also about what you will practically implement. And so to every organization represented here today, this room is full, so that means that the footprint is expansive. Your presence matters. It signals a willingness to engage with one of the most important business issues of our time. My hope is that this dialogue becomes more than just a meeting or a workshop, and certainly not a talk shop. I hope it becomes a turning point in how Nigerian businesses understand responsible conduct, how boards govern it, how leaders champion it, and how companies build the systems that make it real. Because the companies that build trust today will be better positioned to access markets tomorrow. The companies that document credibly today will be better prepared to win partnerships tomorrow. And the companies that govern responsibly today will be the ones that endure. Nigeria's private sector has the capacity to lead this transition. I have no doubt about it. But leadership will require honesty, discipline, and the courage to move from good intentions to practical action. And I must say that please, before you leave, make sure you build a network here, because that's what the UN Global Compact Nigeria Network is about. Get to know the person seated beside you, behind you, in front of you. Get to know as many people, because our collective action will make things move. And so finally, on behalf of the board of the United Nations Global Compact Network Nigeria, I commend all our participating companies, our speakers, our partners, and every stakeholder who has chosen to be part of this important dialogue. I wish all of us a conversation that is honest, practical, rigorous, and useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for that wonderful remark. Please, as she said, don't forget to get to know the person beside you, around you, in front of you, because that's really what we're about. Thank you very much, Ma. So, the advancement of Nigeria's National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights represents an important milestone in strengthening accountability and responsible business conduct in Nigeria. We cannot have certain conversations without certain organizations, and so we cannot have conversations on business and human rights without the National Human Rights Commission. And so the NHRC continues to play a very critical role in championing this agenda and supporting greater alignment between business activities and internationally recognized human rights standards. And so representing the Commission today on behalf of the Executive Secretary, Chief Dr. Anthony, would like to please warmly welcome Ms. Pwamudin Oko, who is the Deputy Director, Legal Services, and also the Business and Human Rights Focal Points Lead at the National Human Rights Commission. Please join me welcoming her. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. Okay. I think I'll have to adopt Madam Chair's style. Good morning. Like she said, the weather is not coming inside. Let's be more. Businesses are known to be. When they talk money now all of them go shine eye. Good morning. So I bring you warm greetings from the Executive Secretary. He really wanted to be here himself. In fact, he desperately wanted to be here himself. But you know, when you are the chief executive officer of an organization, you know, there are so many things that drag your attention. Sometimes your mind will be in one thing and another urgent thing will just come up and you'll be wondering, why should I become octopus, you know? But that's why we are one of his octopus. All right, so I bring you warm greetings from him. And he said I should send his regrets why he's not able to be here. An urgent matter came up and he needed to be out of the country. So please, pardon my executive secretary, we are here. The commission is here, right? And when the government and the commission, businesses come together, there is progress, especially when it comes to businesses, right? Okay, by show of hands, how many government agencies are here? Okay, so now only us, me and my colleague over there. So businesses, we are safe, right? Our rights are protected. You're taking responsibility to protect our rights, right? Good. All right, so let me just stand on the existing protocol that have been established by our darling Stephanie. Good to see you once again. After our last meeting last year, we had a dialogue, a national dialogue that we convened at Sheraton, where we had all stakeholders come together to see how we can implement the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. Because we don't just want it to be, oh, Nigeria is the third country to adopt the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. We need it to work. We need people to take ownership of it because we were all together when we drafted it. So let implementation not come now. People are like, it's their thing or it's government thing. No. So as many of you that were there when we put hands together to do it, and as many of you who are not aware, please let's look at the document and see how we can start implementation from, they say now from the day you know something, now you go begin do something, right? So I just want to throw out that plea now before I give you the good note, keynote address of the executive secretary. So this is the voice, my voice, but executive secretary's message to the businesses in Lagos, right? So please, if it is good, it is me. All right. Okay, so I want to stand on the existing protocol, like I said before, and also appreciate UN Global Compact for inviting the Commission to be part of this accelerator. Aha, okay. English. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues from the private sector, representative of the United Nations Global Compact Network Nigeria, development partners in the room, and friends. I don't know if there are media people here, but they are friends. They are very wonderful friends. We can't do without them. Please put your hands together for the media. They're the ones that help to amplify whatever we do. If not, nobody will know us. So we appreciate you. It is the pleasure of the Commission to join you today for this Business and Human Rights Acceleration session. We gather at a moment where when the world expects more than profits from business. It expects accountability. It expects respect for rights and an active contribution to sustainable, inclusive society. The issue before us is not abstract. When businesses respect human rights, they reduce risk. They strengthen their brand and social license, as well as create long-term value for shareholders, workers, communities, and the state. As a Commission, we have just 3 points to make this morning. 1, implementing the Nigerian National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights is a shared opportunity for risk reduction and value creation. 2, there are practical steps companies can take to align their operations with the UN Guiding Principles and the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. 3, the National Human Rights Commission has a defined role, and the public-private collaboration can accelerate meaningful change. So why does this matter now? Nigeria's economic growth and corporate expansion bring complex human rights impacts. Labor conditions in supply chains, land and resource conflicts, environmental harm, digital privacy risk, and community grievances, if left unaddressed, This translates into reputational damage, operational disruption, legal liabilities, and investor withdrawal. You know, you heard when Madam was saying a while ago that the conversation has gone beyond what you are telling investors. They go now to go and see for themselves. They even go to your supply chain if you're using child labor. They go to where you are sourcing your materials to see the people who are working there, how you treat your workers. You know, sometimes you see people apply for certain grants. On paper, you have very beautiful presentation, and you discover you didn't make it, you didn't get it. You'll be wondering how. They have gone behind to go and investigate. You see some people are blacklisted. You'll be wondering how, but you have good, have connection. It has gone beyond connection. It's getting to a point where you cannot even export your goods anywhere. You might say, oh, I'm not in exporting level yet. No, but you don't have to say until you get to exporting level before you learn to do the right thing. Because the right thing is even what will propel you to be recognized outside. Conversely, companies that build credible accountability practices gain access to new markets, secure their license to operate, improve employee retention and productivity, and they attract long-term capital. How can we translate respect for human rights into business advantage? One of the things we need to do is risk management and reduce disruption. A robust human rights due diligence process will identify the grievances. I've always told people or companies that when you just get upset because you have an idea that you want to go, even if it is pure water business you want to do, you begin to take risks. Just do a visibility study. Where is your market? What are the people you are going to affect? Do a human rights due diligence. It is then you will now begin to understand what are the kinds of human rights violations that can likely occur. And then when you take steps to mitigate it or put strategies to say, okay, if this occur, this is what I'm going to do. When you have all of those things combined, then you're now ready for business. But you don't think because you just have pocket, you have money in your pocket, you have investor, you get up and say, oh, madam, give me 1 million bags of pure water. Who are you going to use to do those marketing? So human rights due diligence is something that you cannot run away from as a business. It's essential that this process identifies the grievance before they escalate into strikes, litigation, or community blockade. If you consider an agricultural exporter that conducted a human rights due diligence across its smallholder network and discovered labor and transport risk affecting harvest, by the time you address that transport safety, formalizing labor contract, the company had reduced absenteeism. Before you hear, I got trailer fall for the road where they come our house, so where they come out from our house, so I know if it come work today. All of those small excuses that you hear from people will not come up if you are treating them well. Have we experienced that in our businesses? That people will be coming, you'll be calling one emergency is coming up. It is just because they are disenfranchised, they are disenchanted rather, from the way you are treating them. It's an indicator that something is beginning to do kish somewhere that you need to consider. So if you look at competitive differentiation, and brand trust, consumer investors and partners increasingly favor companies with transparent human rights performance. A bank that publishes its gender quality targets and grievance outcome is well positioned to attract corporate clients seeking supplier diversity and ESG-aligned banking services. And by the time you begin to report regularly with measurable KPI signals, credibility improves rating, and it keeps companies ahead of their competitors. Access to capital. Institutional investors increasingly require evidence of human rights due diligence, an effective remediation system. Demonstrable human rights governance can lower financing costs and widen the investor pool. One thing people don't understand is that, especially for the people in the banking sector, when you begin to have unreasonable demands on your staff, we once used to hear of a story where you go into the banking sector, or even the force or certain organizations, You're not expected to get married. And even when you get married, you're not supposed to have children. Very crazy, rules and, regulations that people are just, who told you that the biological clock of a woman is subject to your definition? So when you begin to bring out rules that are not in tandem with human existence, you are shooting yourself on the leg. And you would think you are doing a wise, smart, you don't want to be bogged down by maternity leave or this. But at the end of the day, when it comes to real investment, people will be running away from such banks because you're not human rights friendly. So operational efficiency, when strengthened grievance mechanisms and community engagement, it reduces downtime and negotiation costs, and this can accelerate permitting and expansion process. So what are the practical steps that we can take to implement the business and human rights, are the guiding principle? Now, the NAP has set clear expectations under the responsibility to respect. Like we know, I don't know how many of you know the 3 pillars of the business and human rights framework. Do we know about them? Okay, only one person is answering. Do we know? I can just reiterate. Do we know? Do we know? All right. So the business and human rights framework sits on 3 pillars. First, the government has a duty to protect. Businesses have a responsibility to respect. And then where there are violations, you must set, adequate access to remedy. So those are the 3 pillars. And when you come to access to remedy, there's what we call the state judicial remedy, which has to do with the courts. We have the non-state judicial, the state non-judicial rather, which has to do with people like Human Rights Commission, the Ombudsman, other organizations that are not judicial per se. And then we have the non-state, non-judicial, which has to do with companies. You are supposed to set remedial mechanisms within your organization, so that if there are grievances within your organization, even amongst your shareholders, amongst your supply chain, your customers, if you're supposed to have remedial mechanisms where you say, okay, if this person is claiming that, it's not that, I don't want to make this, I'm in Lagos, so let me be careful how I make I don't want to complain that I ate your product and it gave me running stomach. And the next thing, instead of you to see how we can resolve the matter amicably, you come and carry me and go to court, or you lock me up. Do we understand? So as a company, you are supposed to set a remedial mechanism, a level remedial mechanism. You don't look as if, okay, it is for the high and mighty. No. And that's why the commission, in collaboration with the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, have established a mediation center, an African mediation center. So that if businesses have some of these issues, they can actually come to the commission, and we can actually use that center to do a mediation for companies. All right, so the Business and Human Rights NAP, National Action Plan, has set clear expectation under the responsibility to respect the pillar. That is what I said, that is what happened, that's what for the businesses now. And companies can operationalize them. So we're going to be recommending some of the following steps, for the businesses, since I'm talking to businesses this morning. One, and that's one thing we are very glad about, is the fact that our brother, the people from NNPC, is NNPC here? NNPC is here? Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic. There's something that they did, and which is very instructive. Before, I think, was it before now? We had, they approached the commission to help them draft their human rights policy, which is a good thing. Let's clap for them. They've done well. But now whether they will operationalize that document is another thing that we don't know. But they are doing well. They have set the step for the right, their step is in the right direction. Because when we did that we did some training for some, what do I call it? We some, what we call, regulators that have remedial mechanisms within them. We did the training for CBN, we did a training for NCC, NOSRIA, and some other regulators. And the essence we did that training on this business and human rights is the fact that they are regulators of businesses, and they have within them the mandate to either revoke, vary, or deny licenses. So in case you don't know that this thing is a serious business, it will get to a point where you will want to file your annual returns with CAC, and CAC will tell you, please, can we see your human rights compliance index? It's getting to that point. So I think the earlier we begin to warm up and do the right thing, the better we are. You will say, there are too many regulations. No, it's not a matter of too many regulations. We are only trying to say, let's learn to do the right thing so that it will help. It's helping you to help us. Okay, so what I was trying to say is that we did that training, and shortly after that, a bureau de change from Zamfara wrote to the commission that we should help them draft their human rights policy. And so many other companies and businesses are beginning to step up to say, you know what, some of these things you'll say, we don't know how to do it. Can you help us? How do we go about it? And that is why the commission is here to also help. We are partners in progress. Like we say, the document has married us. We cannot marry ourselves. Right? Do you understand? We have been married because there are 3 pillars. If you carry one pillar out, the table will not stand properly. So the government has its responsibility, businesses have their responsibility, and then we both have the issue of access to remedy. Access to remedy is very essential because we are human beings. We will offend each other. We will offend one another. But the point is that where we offend, we should be able to have steps, clear, accessible, easy steps that people can follow, efficient steps that people can follow to have access to remedy. Okay, so the board leadership commitment, that's one of the how business is one of the roadmap we want to recommend. The board and leadership commitment. Boards should adopt a policy endorsing respect for human rights and integrate human rights metrics into executive performance reviews. When a manufacturing firm, for example, they might amend in their own executive scorecard to include reduction in work-related accidents and improvement in supply audit scores. Because one of the things we told NNPC was the fact that, you see these your tankers that are driving your petrol all the way to the Kutunkuruchi, the inner Korokoro of Nigeria. If you do not train them and make them understand your human rights policy, when they commit outside, you will be liable for whatever actions they have taken. So it's essential that companies not just only have a human rights policy, but also train their staff, their supply chain on this human rights policy so that everybody will be on the same page. So another roadmap we want to recommend is map human rights impact across operations and your value chains. Work with Commission to conduct a systemic human rights impact assessment covering your operations, suppliers, and affected communities, not just direct employees. Participatory human rights impact assessment that include community dialogues have led companies to revise resettlement practices and update compensation policies. When you discuss, it's not this, we signed MOU with one company, especially for those who are in the extractives. We signed MOU with this, and then I've had cause to hear stories of where a community was given, how much was that? Is it somewhere in Edo State? A Pamoya community, 10,000 naira scholarship for each person. And at the end of the day, that 10,000 naira doesn't get to the people. 10,000 naira is already ridiculous on its own. It's already ridiculous. But you can see what they have reduced our people to. They have weaponized poverty. And that is why we need to stand up and say, no, we are better than this now. This resource control is meant to help us, not to impoverish us and imprison us. So let's prioritize salient risk and embed responsibilities. When you identify your most severe risk, assign clear ownership and integrate mitigation plans into your core business functions, like procurement. Madam said something about procurement. We are getting to a point where before your procurement bid can scale through, you need to show us that you are adverse to issues of forced labor, child labor, environmental degradation. These are beginning to be indicators that people are looking at before your procurement bid, technical bid or whatever the name they call it, will proceed or scale through. So we need to be aware of some of the intricacies and what is involved in this. And then we need to strengthen your supplier due diligence and contracts. You know, it requires human rights clauses in supply contracts, build capacity for smaller suppliers, and make continuous improvement a contractual condition. That you must always improve. You know, they said knowledge has a decay factor. When you talk today, if you don't talk tomorrow, the person might likely forget. So have something that will always remind people. It can even be like, you can even put it in front of your company board or whatever, so that anybody comes as you're coming to work every morning. Or you can sing it like a jingle. It's ringing in your, if you have a big company now, it will be ringing inside. Have one system, one speaker in your office where the thing will be singing like your values. So that as your staff are coming into the organization, they are hearing and they're imbibing that this is what you stand for. You know, so that by the time they commit, you tell them, oh, yo, it's not that you're not be hearing it. Okay, so if you leave me, I will talk from now to tomorrow. So let's also ensure living wages and decent work. Conduct periodic wage assessments, eliminate forced and child labor, improve working conditions and hours and pay overtime when you can, and support collective bargaining. Do not force things down the throat of people. You know, a cocoa company that introduced wage top-ups and worker savings program across its upstream supply, saw a measurable reduction in turnover and improvement in productivity. I'm giving you some of the key examples of some of the things that, this roadmap has caused in some sectors. Protect land, environmental and communities. Adopt a rigorous environmental management plan. Apply free, prior and informed consent. One of the things that this document also specifies, especially for those who are into extractive, is that you don't just go to Abuja and get a consent to go and explore. Or you're looking for minerals, you're looking for gold, and you go to a community and you say, oh, I've already gotten a license from the top, from Oga at the top, or from where? If you go, your life is also at risk. There's something we call free, prior, and informed consent. Don't just go there and say, oh, we'll do this, and you hide the major things that will affect the environment. Underneath, you don't let them know. Disclose it. Let them know the risk of your business in their community, so that they can now decide to say, okay, Oga, you are coming to do better thing in our community. We welcome you, and they will work with you. Rather than you giving them sketchy information. At the end of the day, when the hardship begins to come, you now disappear. Because there's something now that we call environmental remediation fund. I think under the PIA. So you need to make that funds available, especially for those who are going into the extractive, so that in the event something happens, and like I don't know how many of you have heard about the Zamfara lead poisoning. So something like that happens, people are suffering, generation after generation are suffering, sicknesses that you cannot even explain where it's coming from. They can be taken from that fund to at least be treating them. If not, we're really not doing ourselves good. Okay, so how can the National Human Rights Commission help us to succeed? Because that's one of the roles we are here. We want to help us to do the best that we can. The Commission has a unique role in enabling private sector alignment with the NAP. Our functions are complementary. We protect rights, monitor compliance, advise government, and provide credible independent oversight. So clarify expectations and guide companies. We will issue practical guidelines notes that will translate business and human rights provisions into sector-specific checklists and templates. This is already work in progress. For the agriculture, extractive, manufacturing, and the ICT sector, we are also developing a concise human rights due diligence guide for SMEs. We had sent out one initially in collaboration with the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and including supplier code templates and grievance flow frameworks to lower the entry barrier for smaller firms. We can help build capacity. We offer training for corporate, legal, compliance, procurement, and CSR teams on human rights due diligence, mediation and complaint handling. Commission has offices in all the 36 states of the Federation. We have one in Lagos here also. Joint workshops with the UN Global Compact, industry groups and civil society to bring, diverse perspective, to corporate practice. We also work with companies to create or endorse non-judicial grievance mechanisms, to align with the effectiveness criteria of the UN guiding principle. We are also ready, to partner. Like I said, we've already partnered with Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry to have a mediation center. We also have developed voluntary benchmarking. One of the things I want to say now, I thank God Mr. Ode is here. There's some time that we will send messages to you and say, okay, we want to do a benchmark. We want to develop the tools. We want to see how far you have fared so that we will know where to help you from. And then we will send letters and you won't respond to us. You're not doing yourself good. You're already shooting yourself on the legs. Because by so doing, you're telling us, people are disturbing me too much, are disturbing us too much. But what you are doing inadvertently is the fact that you're telling us that you're not ready to, what did I used to say it? Move to permanent site. Okay. So what we try to do when we send letters that, okay, there's a benchmark, tool development coming, and we want to assess how far you have fared. If you never hear them, talk say I never hear them. If you have heard it and say you have not done anything or you don't know how to go about it, talk it. Say it. If you see something, say something. Okay. Whatever that means. But the thing is that we are here to help. We are here to partner with you to progress, to proceed, to succeed. But if you don't talk it, if you don't say it, how are we going to know where it is paining you? So that we can know how government can partner with you to make things better. So when we send our invitations and letters to say, okay, let's come together and do this. Please, let's cooperate because it's for our own good. All right. So we can also convene multi-stakeholders conferences like to address specific sector issues. And then we will work with government also and other regulators to align labor, environmental, and corporate governance laws with the National Action Plan obligations. So now we're going to say a call to action. What do we want us to do from this month? Stephanie said, when you get to the office on Monday, what do you intend to do? And my own is a call to action. Business leaders, the path forward is clear. Make respect for human rights a strategic pillar, not a compliance afterthought. Boards must own it. Procurement and supply chain managers must implement it. Communications must be transparent. And operations must measure, report, and improve. So companies here, presented here today, will offer 3 concrete steps that you can take this year. 1, commission a focused human rights due diligence on your most salient operations or suppliers and publish a short remediation roadmap within 6 months. It's doable, right? Is it doable? Is it doable? Adopt or adapt a supplier human rights clause and pilot it with 5 to 10 strategic suppliers providing training and upgrade support. Sign an MOU with the commission. That's the first step. Right? Sign an MOU with the commission to design or endorse a grievance mechanism tailored to your sector. We are available. So I know there are no other institutions here, so I will skip that one. So conclusion. Business and human rights is not a philanthropic extra. It is a strategic imperative. When companies anchor their operations in respect for human dignity, they build durable trust with workers, communities, customers, and investors. The Commission stands ready to work with you, to advise, to convene, to mediate, and hold parties accountable in ways that are fair, transparent, and oriented towards remedy. Let us treat this accelerator not as a token exercise, but as a genuine launch pad for practical, measurable change. Together, we can turn Nigeria's Business and Human Rights Action Plan into a competitive advantage that sets a regional standard, safer workplaces, empowered communities, resilient businesses, and a stronger economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma. I think she has kind of shaken up the room a bit. We've been speaking a lot of English, and she's come to tell us the practicality, like the realities. we don't all have Fortune 500 businesses. We're not all working for the big fours. There's really small companies. So she told us the real deal for even the pure water companies. For us at the UN Global Compact, we like to say that we're not only for the big companies, for the MTNs and the large companies. We're here for the large and even the small ones. We're here for the Obi and Sons. We're here for everyone. So I'm very glad that she was able to talk about the realities on ground, down to your CAC documents and your CAC registrations, which is very important. So we were supposed to go global, right? But then we have a glitch. So we'll be back to our special address from Suzanne Anderson, who works with Arla. So that's a Danish company. So we're supposed to go global right now, but then we'll go back to Denmark soon. So would have to come to a very important perspective, a very important part of this program. So like I mentioned at the beginning of the program, and like other addresses have also mentioned, we are also closing the Business and Human Rights Accelerator 2026 in Nigeria today. And we have two spotlight companies who would like to present on the work that they've done so far. It's a lot of work that we have been on since January, coming up with a human rights due diligence plan for these companies. And so today they just want to give us just a little overview on what their experience was like. And it's simple. There are no questions. Please, no questions after this. It's simple. It's just for us to get a feel of what companies are really doing, to ensure that we're actually moving the needle on this conversation, because it seems a bit slow. And so first company, we have Sahara Group. And presenting on behalf of this company, we have Ms. Egwabo. Please forgive me if I murdered your name. Governance and Sustainability Executive, and also alongside Ms. Ebelechukwu Ifeka, Employee Relations Specialist. Please join me in welcoming the team. And I would also like to use this juncture to say congratulations. Many started, but not everyone finished. It's not an easy job at all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, and thank you very much once again, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. As Stephanie said, my name is Loretta Egwabo. I'm currently the Governance and Sustainability Executive at Sahara Group, and this UNGC Business Accelerator Program has been very insightful. I would allow my colleague also introduce herself.
Thank you, Loretta. My name is Ebelechukwu Ifeka, and I work with the Human Resources Department of Sahara Group. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have our slides up, please? Okay, so we're going to talk briefly about our organization, Sahara Group, and what we actually do. So Sahara Group is a fully integrated energy company. Our operations span the entire energy value chain, from operating in oil and gas. We have the upstream, midstream, and downstream. And then we're also present in the power sector as well, where we have our power generation and power distribution, while also maintaining significant presence in the infrastructure and data and technology sector as well. Next slide, please. We turned 30 this year, and we are very
flying in
success story as well, and this constantly fuels our drive to propel and expand across other locations as well. We are operating currently across 42 countries in Asia, Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. We're also constantly expanding as well. As a Saharian, or as a Sahara, or someone that works in Sahara, we constantly say one phrase, that we are mad. And what that means is that we're making a difference and doing so responsibly as well. Next slide, please. So when it comes to the human rights, our human rights commitments, which is why we're all here today, something to note is that Sahara takes the great responsibility, and we understand our responsibility of protecting and respecting our employees' rights while they work with us, even as stakeholders as well. We've understood this and we are driving this through our policies. I'm sure we've listened to the fantastic words of the chair and the keynote speaker we've also had today as well. We're driving this through our policy. We have a human rights policy that is also aligned with the UN global rights principles as well. And then while we just have this policy, we're not just having the policy for having the policy's sake. We're ensuring that we're driving accountability across our operations to ensure that everyone is compliant and is adhering to this policy to ensure that our employees and our stakeholders, the communities we operate in, our suppliers, their rights constantly feel respected and protected. That is very, very important for us. Apart from, ensuring accountability as well, we're also ensuring that we're driving awareness and communication as well across the group to ensure that employees that are very well aware of their rights and, they have the means to know that their rights would constantly be protected while they work or do business with us. I'm going to hand over to my colleague who will talk us through what the impact means to our employees and to our communities as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Loretta. Okay, so for us in Sarah, would ask what the impact of human rights would be to our employees. And at Sarah, we ensure that regardless of your gender, regardless of what you are in Sarah, we ensure that there is always a fair treatment, right? No discrimination, either you are in the top level, you are in the low level. There's zero tolerance approach to harassment or discrimination. One key thing for us also is that at Sarah, we provide scholarship opportunities for our employees, especially the casual workers who do not even feel like they have benefits for these opportunities, the drivers, the cleaners.
action. For us, is one of the small steps is being in this UN Global Compact Business Human Rights and Accelerator Program. Particularly our group head of HR, Madam Imilomo, who is also here with us today. Want to thank you for your constant leadership and constant driving to ensure that Sahara upholds all its ethical standards. Would also like to thank the Director of Governance and Sustainability, Madam Ejiro Gray, who is also not here with us, but constantly pushing these policies and processes to ensure we are a responsible organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Loretta. Thank you very much to Loretta and Ebelechiko. Please, a round of applause for them again. And another round of applause for the UNGC team and facilitators. It takes a lot of work, and it takes a lot of work to get this done, because everyone has what's they're focusing on. Everyone has deadlines, and so it takes a lot to actually put this into your calendar. We started with, I think we started with quite a number of companies. The interest is that everyone wants to start the program, but then when you see the work that actually is in the program, people start to lose interest. Other things start to, but then these companies have actually stayed through, and they're still putting. So please, another round of applause. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have up next another company. We have Reliance Chemical Products. So we've moved from the oil and gas sector now to another completely different sector. And would like to please welcome Mr. John Eneche, who is the HSE manager at Reliance Chemical Products, and also alongside Miss Blessing Chioma, who is the compliance officer at Reliance Chemical Products. If we could please have their pictures displayed on the screen, that would be nice. Yeah, so they'll just be a very brief presentation for us today. Please, a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Blessing Choma Ashaolu from Reliance Chemical Product Limited, the compliance officer. While I have with me my colleague, Mr. John, the HSC manager. So this morning I'll be taking us through our journey with the BHRO Accelerator. We are Reliance Chemical Product Limited. We are into chemical. Our company incorporated in Nigeria in 2008. We commenced our operations in 2010, and we've been independent producer and marketer of sodium silicate, linear alkyl benzyl sulfonic acid. And we've played a very major role in Nigeria to the domestic chemical sector, serving both household and industrial markets, replacing imported materials to support national industrialization and economic growth. Our excellence in sulfonation technology process, since what we'll deal with is has a very high risk, we've been able to, since what we do with has a lot of risk, we've been able to bring out identify system, improved technology, which also include automated system and continuous monitoring process to ensure product quality and environmental safety, because we understand that we don't want a situation where our host, which is the community, will be highly exposed to risk, thereby putting them to detriment to what will produce. So we've been able to identify our key operational and human rights risk associated to our business. One of it is the operational risk, the safety risk, environmental risk, and the reputational risk. Being the compliance officer of Reliance Chemical Product Limited, the BHR Accelerator has really helped the company and the department to identify process and to identify also solutions in ways we can address this risk, and which have added to the success of our business. We've been able to identify our challenge and our solution. We recognize moving beyond the basic compliance to proactive manage of human rights and environmental impact. The BHR Accelerator has helped us to identify tools in which we could use in solving these problems. One of the tools I have identified for my department is the remedial mechanism. And this has helped us to establish process in place. Now, not just establishing the process in place, because I also realized that having established this process, it takes understanding and also confidence for the workers to carry out their responsibility on the aspect of human rights. So what we have done is to also go as far as developing a schedule whereby we can make an awareness of the make an awareness of the human rights due diligence, helping them to understand that the human rights is the responsibility and they are accountable for it. So one of the things we've done is to train the employees, making them understand we have these policies in place. I remember during one of my sections with some of the departments, they don't understand these policies are in place. So we've been able, with the BHR Accelerator, we've been able to identify, build confidence for our employees, so that for the workers, so that everyone will be fully involved in this, in carrying out this their responsibility. How the BHR Accelerator has helped us, it has helped us in increasing the operational efficiency. It has helped us in reducing safety incidents. It has helped us recycle and treated. It has also improved our stakeholder satisfaction. We've been able to we've been able to risk management team. The risk management team is responsible for looking out for the risk, environmental, the risk that has to do with occupation, and the risk that has to do with quality. They're just able to identify it and follow up. Because I think one of the problems we have is the process, but implementation. So this particular team, I responsible for implementing the follow-up identify. They will also follow up with mitigation, and they will ensure that this is implemented timely. We've also been able to update our compliance procedures. During this BHR training, we discovered that there are some of the processes that we have not put in place. One amongst them is the grievances mechanism. We've been able to do this, not just documentation, but also take the action plan in carrying out this. Our action plan is protecting people and the environment, which we've been actively carrying out. We also involved carried out a environmental impact assessment. This we do with our consultant safety, an external party, and the Federal Ministry of Environment. Time to time, they come around to evaluate our process and also give us a feedback on on our improvement so far. Give us the feedback on the effects of what we'll do on the neighborhood. I want to talk a bit about leading with environmental stewardship. Due to what we handle, we've been able, due to our process, due to the sulfonation process, we've been able to come up with a leading environmental stewardship. In our process, we have what we call effluent treatment plant, the ETP, which has helped us to manage environmental pollution, whereby every of our activities, every of our actions, our reactions is being directed to the effluent treatment. Every of our reaction as regards our products, our production is being directed to the effluent treatment plant. The effluent treatment plant is where all the waste discharge is being managed, and at the end of the day, it's returned back to our process, because the kind of is designed in a way whereby is a recycle process, whereby we don't have to send anything out to the community. At the end of the day, after going through the recycle process, it becomes useful for us again to run out another production. So we are committed to responsible operations long term. Trust our dedication to protecting workers and minimizing environmental hazard. The BHRO Accelerator has strengthened our internal system, improving awareness and accountability. Responsible conduct is not just a requirement, it is the foundation of our sustainability, legal compliance, and stakeholder trust. At this point, I would like to pass this to I
have mine. We seem to have lost you people in our presentation, looking at the faces around the room. But apologies for that. We were informed this morning that they were having issues with our slide. But what my colleague is trying to pass along is a long time coming. This program has been a personal project to us, and also the good people in our plant. When we manufacture, we tend to put the life of those who are working day, night, and under the rain, under the sun, making sure this organization has come to stay the test of time in Nigeria. We are prospecting to go global, and to be able to do that, we have to convince our stakeholder, our foreign partners, and also our workers that we can produce and become responsible, and become very responsible in what we do. So whenever we produce, we want to leave the environment that we have met the way we met it, and to also pass it to future generation when we leave that particular environment. So call to our business, or what we do and what the accelerator has done for us is to look inwards. We try to map out risks involving people, our process, and also the environment that we produce. So while mapping out these risks, we identified a lot of human rights a lot of human rights infringements that we have been committing over the years. Some were silent. We didn't even know they could impact business, they could impact government and also regulation. But in all the bad, there's also good. We are subscribed to the ISO organization, and from there we develop an integrated management system that incorporates ISO 45001, 14001, and also 9001. So we do have this quarterly, periodic audit that comes up. To be able to pass that audit is a lot of work. And my fellow company who are subscribed to that will testify that for any company to have that, they must be doing something right. Also, when regulators come to our plant, like the Federal Ministry of Environment, in which we work closely with the state government and other local government authority, there has been no report of any infringement in that regard. Our effluent treatment plant is state of the art. Over time in the news, you'll be hearing a lot of complaints from government that they are even shutting down a lot of plants that operates in our local environment. Chemical plants that don't have this effluent treatment plant have been shut down. And as Madam clearly told us, it's getting tougher for business to survive. So if you don't want to produce sustainably, it becomes a problem. So to round up our presentation, when we produce what we have learned or the whole program has taught us is to become very responsible in our activity, in our process and procedure to safeguard life, the right to living, the right to clean and affordable environment. Thank you all.
Thank you very much to the Reliance team. I know that a lot of what they were saying was probably going over our heads because they're in the chemical industry. But the long and short of it is that through the program, they have been able to identify quite a number of, infringements that they haven't even been aware of, and they've been able to work on these things. And also, there's a lot of work that they're doing with other organizations just to ensure that they're compliant. I think that deserves a round of applause. Yes, so I mentioned earlier when I was introducing a speaker from NHRC that there are some organizations and ministries that we cannot work without, and one of such ministries is the Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment here in Lagos State. And we have, I was just informed that we have a representative for the Honorable Commissioner who is in the person of Ms. Yemisi Adeni. Please forgive me if I messed your name up, but please would like to get a special address from her on behalf of the Commissioner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Yeah, my name is Yemisi Adeni. You are right. I'm Director Partnership in the Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment, and I'm here to represent my Honorable Commissioner, Honorable Akinyemi Bankole Ajigbotafe, who is unavoidably absent today, but he has asked me to represent him to deliver his address. So I'll go ahead and deliver the address of the Honorable Commissioner. It is a privilege to join distinguished business leaders, policymakers, development partners, and stakeholders gathered here today for this dialogue on a subject that is increasingly shaping the future of enterprise and economic development across the world. I commend the United Nations Global Impact Network Nigeria for convening this important conversation, for its continued efforts in promoting responsible and sustainable business practices. In today's interconnected and highly transparent world, Business are no longer assessed solely by their financial performance. Increasingly, they are judged by how they treat their workers, engage their communities, and protect the environment and uphold the dignity and rights of all stakeholders. Thus, the theme, Business and Human Rights as a Business Advantage, building the accountability practices that earn lasting trust, speaks directly to the realities of our time. Trust has become one of the most valuable currencies in business, and accountability is the foundation upon which that trust is built. For us in Lagos State, we recognize that the prosperity of our economy is closely linked to the well-being of our people. A thriving business environment cannot exist where workers are denied decent opportunities, where discrimination persists, or where communities are excluded from the benefits of development. Evidence from around the world continues to demonstrate that companies that embed environmental, social, and governance principles into their operations are better positioned to attract investment, retain talent, manage risk, and build enduring relationships with customers and communities. Investors are increasingly paying attention to governance standards and social responsibility. Consumers are becoming more conscious of the values represented by the brands they support. Employees, particularly young people, seek workplaces that value fairness, diversity, dignity, and purpose. In this context, a responsible business conduct is no longer optional. It is a business advantage. As a government, the Lagos State Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment remains committed to creating an ecosystem where businesses and people can flourish together. Through our various programs and initiatives, we continue to promote employability, entrepreneurship, skills development, and inclusive economic participation, especially for young people and women. We recognize that meaningful employment goes beyond job creation. It must also encompass decent work, fair opportunities, safe working conditions, and respect for the rights and aspirations of workers. Our administration, under the leadership of His Excellency Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, has emphasized the importance of building a 21st century economy that leaves no one behind. This vision aligns closely with the Sustainable Development Goals and with international frameworks that seek to advance responsible business practices and human dignity. We believe that economic progress and social justice are mutually reinforcing, and that businesses that invest in people ultimately strengthen their own future. To the private sector leaders gathered here today, I encourage you to view human rights not as a compliance burden, but as an opportunity to create value and earn lasting trust. Building accountability mechanisms, strengthening workplace standards, fostering diversity and inclusion, ensuring responsible supply chains, and engaging meaningfully with communities are investments that yield significant returns in reputation, innovation, and sustainability. I wish to also commend the participating companies here today. Your willingness to move beyond policy statements towards practical implementation demonstrates leadership and the recognition that sustainable success requires shared responsibility. We must all continue to work together to foster an environment where responsible enterprise thrives. The challenges before us are complex and interconnected, but through collaboration and a shared commitment to accountability, we can create economies that generate prosperity while preserving the dignity and rights of every individual. In closing, let me reiterate that the future of business belongs to institutions that understand that profitability and purpose are not competing interests. They are complementary forces that, when aligned, create sustainable value for shareholders, employees, companies, and the society at large. By placing people at the center of business and by building systems that inspire confidence and trust, we lay the foundation for enduring growth and shared responsibility. I commend the United Nations Global Compact Network Nigeria for this initiative and wish all participants fruitful deliberations and impactful outcome. Thank you all. God bless Lagos State and the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you for gracing us with the presence of the ministry. So at this juncture, I would like us to get to a particularly important part of this program. So would like to recognize the sustained commitments of some companies on the Business and Human Rights Accelerator. Like I mentioned before, it's not an easy feat. It's a lot of work. It's not just learning. It's actually doing quite a number of things and coming up with documents and plans that your companies should follow. And at the beginning of this accelerator in January, we were about 21 companies, and of course there are still these companies are still on the program, but would like to especially recognize companies who have put in sustained they have sustained their commitment to coming up with their HRDD plans and coming to the end of this accelerator. So for this, I would like to please welcome the chair of the UN Global Compact Network Nigeria to present the awards to the companies. Madam Chair, I don't know if you want some people to join you. I think we're okay here, yes. Ms. Oko, please, from the United, please join us in presenting the awards to our participants. Media, please assist us with the so in no particular order at all. We are first presenting to Sahara Group, whom of course we have seen. There you go. So would please like Ms. Loretta Iguabo and Ebilichukwu Ifekat please come collect the award on behalf of for your sustainable. Oh, okay. Okay, so we also have the Group HR for Sahara Group, Ms. Emilomo. Please join them. Thank you so much for your help. There's so much work that comes from the management team in pushing these accelerators, in making sure that they have the time to actually take on the work that comes with it. So please a round of applause. It's not an easy feat at all. Great. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Okay, so up next. For our next company, I think we're very much gender balanced. So for Reliance Chemical Products Limited, we'll please welcome Ms. Blessing Choma and Mr. John Eneche. Thank you so much for your sustained commitment. Again, I would like to say it over and over again. It's not easy to take on the work that comes with the accelerator, but you have showed up from the beginning till the end. And finally, in no particular order, would like to welcome Amarachi Okike from Health Systems Consult. She's a lone soldier, so please, serious round of applause. Thank you for coming for the in-person sessions in Lagos, all the way from Abuja, and also taking out the time to come up with your HRGD plans. Your facilitator is proud of you. She's shaking. I can see her. She's shaking. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma. Thank you very much, ma. Okay, so please, can we have pictures with the... Okay, so let's just do a round of pictures before we go into the last phase of our event today. So please, we'd like to have pictures with the panelists, our board chair, and also the representatives from the Ministry of Wealth. Also, please, Miss Oko, we'd like you to please join us in this round of pictures before we go into the panel session and close for the day. Thank you very much. So we're about to get into, I think it's the pièce de resistance of today's event, like the French would say. So we're going to give, I think we are on time. We're still going to give some time for comments from the audience, because we understand that some people are itching to say something and to make comments and to contribute, and we're going to give some time after the panel, at least you'll be able to ask some questions. And please still keep your actions for Monday down. We're still going to take some of your responses. What are you going to do on Monday? Based on of the conversations that we've had, what are you going to do on Monday to ensure that we're moving the needle on business and human rights in Nigeria? Okay. There's a little bit of a... Okay. So throughout this morning, we have heard from business leaders, we've heard from the government, we've heard from human rights experts, we've heard from companies, our participants. And a common thread has emerged, and everyone is echoing the same thing. Trust is not built through statements alone, and trust is earned, and trust is expensive, and we have to ensure that we are keeping lasting trust. It is built through systems, governance structures, and accountability mechanisms that demonstrate consistency over time. Our panel will explore how organizations can build those systems while strengthening competitiveness, attracting investment, and maintaining stakeholder confidence. Again, we're all about the double bottom line. To guide these important conversations, I would like to please welcome our moderator, who is in the person of our head of programs at the UN Global Compact Network Nigeria, Ms. Gloria Okere. She will also go ahead to introduce the panelists and lead us through this very important and interesting conversation. Thank you, Gloria.
Thank you, Stephanie. So
The energy in the room has been a bit low, and I'd like the energy to be a bit high because we're going into an interactive discussion. So we'd really love to hear. So I want you to turn to the person beside you and just ask them, what is one thing that I don't know about you? And maybe they can share. And then who will be bold enough to say, one thing that you don't know, one thing I don't know about you? Just ask. And then we can take like 3 or 4 responses. Let us see. And some people are shy. There might be a prize though. Okay, so we'll take 3 from here and 3 from there. And we'll be gender balanced this time because they've accused us and we are here for human rights conversation. So 2 guys, 2 guys here, 2 females, and then the balance, 1 male, 1 female. So who would like to share? Okay, should I do Tumbo? Okay, I will start from the back first. So, the side that looks like a senator, I'll come to you first. Your neighbor, you're supposed to ask your neighbor what you know about them. So maybe just introduce yourself then, what you know about your neighbor.
My name is Mohammed Al-Bashir, and I am from Borno State. I am representing Arab Zain Nigeria Limited. What do you want to know about me?
Good morning, everyone. So his name is Kingsley. He works in Starside Energy. Yeah. So
Female. The guy. Let me see. One person from here. I'm trying to do Nigeria, so I went to the north. Now I'm coming to the west, just because I saw your cap. So the west. I just. I'm nominating you. Okay.
Well, I just found Oluwatobiloba Martins Fragan is the name. Her name is Kende. Manufacturer in the plastic space, PVC, of all gauges. Transforming a business at the moment. She's talking a lot more about expansion, and I hope she's bringing ESG into the works as well.
Great, that was good. Okay, so 1 female from here.
okay. Okay. Good morning. My name is Amarachi Okike, and one thing that I just got to know about her is that she loves rap music. Yeah.
Okay, let's come to this side.
Okay. I talked with her. She's Yemisi by name. She works for Lagos State government. So I didn't get the name during the introduction. It was during the conversation. My first name is Adeyemi. She's Yemisi, so there's a intersect in there. Yes.
Okay. We'll take that. Okay, this side now. Some people are having the conversation.
I wasn't.
Okay.
Good morning. I got to know Raphael here beside. My name is Bisola. I work with flour mills. So I got to know about Raphael. Here, Raphael is beside me. Raphael is a brand manager. Yes, thank you. And marketing, he's into marketing. He has his company, he does contracts, so use him. Thank you.
So if you want contracts, just go to Raphael. Okay, so one last person, a guy, and then we'll go into the panel.
Should I
Maybe
pick?
the guy at the back. Okay, Mr. Odi. The name just dropped in my head. I don't know why.
To be honest, I'm not sure to say. But yeah, Kehinde, I think I know him from the work we do. Basically, we work in the same space. In a funny way, I was just telling him I don't know how much he has in his bank. And again, I'm saying it as well because we work in the civil society space. I was like, I'm not sure the last work you had done. We were supposed to be in Zambia for the rights conference, but it didn't work well. So I also said to him, I'm not sure the last international trip because he's flying all over the place these days.
That's a good thing to know. Okay, thank you all for participating in this exercise. The gifts will be shared to those that won. You get your gifts. All right, thank you all. I think there's a little bit of energy now as we go into the panel. So, like we've been discussing since morning with the various speakers on business and human rights and how we build accountability practices that earn lasting trust. We have done like the Mentimeter to get feedback and sample where we are, what our thoughts are around this conversation. And we've heard already that investors, regulators, buyers, employers, and communities are looking more closely at this topic. So for this panel, we're going to be very practical with the conversation. It's like an open panel, so there will be discussions with the panelists, but then we would then have the audience dialogue where we would have questions and answers and just, delve into the discussions. At the end of this dialogue, the idea for us is to go back home with something that we're going to continue and move forward with, so we don't just talk and have great conversations. And I have really, really great speakers to delve into this topic with me. I'll be using the first speaker in no particular order. We have Mr. Chinedu Igwe, Igwe, who is the head sustainability at NNPC Limited, where he leads development and enterprise-wide implementation of the company's sustainability agenda. He supports integration of environmental, social, and governance priorities into business strategy, governance systems, operational planning, performance tracking, and stakeholder engagement across NNPC's business units and subsidiaries. He has played a key role in advancing NNPC's sustainability transformation. As you can see, the lady from NHRC, commended NNPC. So you can see the NNPC is really intentional about this work, including sustainability governance, emissions management, decarbonization planning, sustainability reporting, responsible business practices, and alignment with international frameworks such as the UN Global Compact, the Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter, and the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership 2.0. He brings a multidisciplinary background spanning engineering, corporate strategy, commercial negotiations, energy transition, and sustainability leadership. And his work in NNPC helps to strengthen accountability, build trust with stakeholders, and position sustainability as a driver for long business resilience, competitiveness, and responsible growth. Please, once more, give a round of applause to Mr. Chinedu Eze. We also have Dr. Adeyemi Adun, who is joining us from Dangote Group Industries, the group lead environment and sustainability, with over 20 years of experience in environmental management, sustainability, and impact investing across oil and gas, mining, and manufacturing. And he has contributed to world-class projects worth a cumulative $50 billion and holds a PhD in environmental geology So please once more give a round of applause. And because we like money here, like Mr. Ode said, he was asking about the bank account. We just had to put finance in this conversation. Because when you talk about human rights, sometimes it gets a little boring. But money, everybody will wake up. So we have Mr. Chigozie Ejimogu, who is the Vice President, Sustainability and Impact at Verod Capital Management. And that's one of Africa's leading private equity firms. They have over a decade experience in ESG leadership, environmental management, and sustainable investments. He drives Verod's sustainability agenda across its portfolio, integrating gender equity,
Recording stopped.
climate action, and responsible investment practices aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Please give another round of applause to him. We have one more person, Adwa, who is the senior advisor to the UN Resident Coordinator, who's supposed to be online, but she just informed me that she might join in later. So we'll just kick off the conversations. And I hope we have an interesting dialogue. So like I said, it's going to be practical, and I'm your humble servant, the moderator, Gloria, who gave you people the assignment to do that task. Thank you very much. So welcome again to the conversation. I think we'll start first with the Mentimeter question that we had, which a lot of us shared some of our thoughts on. But I'd like to ask the panel here what their thoughts are on what one uncomfortable truth is around business human rights. What people say business human rights, especially from your perspective and the role that you play in your industry. So I'll start with.
When it comes to business human rights, okay, thank you so much, and I want to greet everyone in the house again. I was wondering why the Dangote guy was running away from me. And I remembered we had a tussle, but I just want to assure him that this is where we connect at UNGC. There is no such tussle here. Yeah, so when it comes to human rights, it's actually something that it's at the border of trying to drive profitability, and balancing stakeholder needs. So one of the things you see, and when I say stakeholder needs here, it's both internal and external perspectives, right? So I'll take, for example, an internal, where there's a need for business leaders or seniors in the business, right, to be able to deliver results. And they go out on all fronts, whatever it takes to get that work done without thinking how it infringes, on the rights of those who help to deliver the work. If you also take that to the external environment where you interact with like the host communities, you would see the same approach where businesses, regardless of how the community feels, they are there to make profit, they're ready to go at all lengths, whether using their influences, political, whatever it is, to be able to extort value from the community, carry on their businesses with disregard, to the community. So a clear conversation around human rights then will be how we understand, how we create an environment that allows trust, to really build, such that those internal and external stakeholders, become a clear part of the business and helps build business resilience. Because when we talk about human rights, respect for human rights, we must see it as a business, as a way to build business trust, which in turns, is a major currency, for business operations and business resilience. So understanding the balance between profitability and business resilience and the role of trust, in achieving that is very critical. Thank you.
Very much.
Okay, thank you. Good morning again, everyone. I'll say it this way. Human rights, effective management of human rights is the oil that ensures the engine of your business flows properly. And I will highlight it this way. Working with a conglomerate that is the highest private employer of labor, and almost in all the sensitive business sector that we have in country, that I have not worked before, but we are making to work now. and seeing the process or the journey of getting there. And also as a business that is heavily involved with international lenders and understanding their interest in human rights issues. Every business that wants to grow sustainably big, that wants to do business in a way that it is safe, needs to respect human rights. A lot of businesses do it haphazardly. From my experience, almost every business is protecting human rights in one way or the other. But where the gap usually is there's lack of coordination. If I speak to community engagement, every business knows that license to operate with the community is important. Or else you're going to have a hell of business, irrespective of how reputable, how big you are. So in a way, businesses go to engage community and find the easiest way to get the buy-in. And that's where the problem usually sets in, finding the easiest way to get the buy-in. I remember in one of our most sensitive terrain, we had to train the community on the ability to negotiate with us. And that's not what a lot of businesses will do. We engage them, we find out that these people, they just want cheap things, money, balls, food. And you imagine, really? With this opportunity, this is all you can ask for. So it's okay, there's a gap. And then we brought in a consultant to educate the community on how to negotiate. So it's like you're empowering the people that will come and challenge you. But ultimately, it brings value. Because they are able to have a responsible conversation with you. They win, and as a business, you win. And lastly, every business have significant footprint. Sometimes you think, because you're the business owner, you've escaped. No. The exposure might be to your close relatives. I'm a Yoruba boy, and due respect to all the Yoruba elders here, we have an adage. When you throw stone into the market, there is a likelihood that that stone will go and hit the people you know. As business practitioners, as people with responsibility to drive human rights in their businesses, know that when you close your eyes, you might be closing your eyes to something that can hurt your loved ones. So upholding human rights is protecting yourself, your environment, and your future. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Good to meet everyone, and thanks to UNGC Nigerian Network for this program and inviting me. My perspective from where I sit is quite obvious. So a lot of companies treat human rights as compliance instead of being integrated in the business model. So that is the problem and the challenge I face every day. You know, I manage up to 10 to 12 portfolio companies, Nigeria and other African countries. So the story is the same. And I will give you an example from what I heard this morning when the National Human Rights Commission was presenting. I will respectfully slightly disagree a little bit on one of the points she made. And she said, she commended NNPC, which is very good. And she said the National Human Rights Commission developed NNPC human rights policy. And I don't see this as a standard practice, to be honest. Because that is part of that compliance we are talking about. What is the primary objective for a company, a big corporation like NNPC, outsourcing policy development? What's the objective? The objective is just to comply so that the policy will look beautiful and look very well structured. But that is not what we talk about, when we talk about human rights. And the question here is, who can understand NNPC operation better than themselves. For you to be able to develop a human rights policy, you must be able to do supply chain mapping. You must be able to carry out human rights risk assessment. How can a third party be able to carry out a supply chain mapping, a big conglomerate like NNPC, rather than itself doing it itself? And then when you talk about commitment, when I step into a company to do due diligence, the first thing I look at is commitment. We call it CCTR, commitment, capacity, and track record. By mere interacting with the senior leadership of the company gives me every information I want to know. So if a company is committed to implementing human rights program, it should be able to dedicate a resource, dedicate a human being to oversee it before it dedicates money. The first thing is not money. The first thing is person. The first thing is time. So that person dedicated will spend company time, which is company resources, to carry out that thing, and being supported by money, which means the person could get external support. I'm not against, don't misunderstand me, I'm not against, a third party supporting the company or National Human Rights Commission supporting. National Human Rights Commission, as I see it, and she mentioned it, is an independent body that monitors, human rights issues, advise government, provide guidelines and trainings. And I think that is what they're supposed to do. What I expected to hear is we conducted a workshop for NNPC. We showed them how to do it. We provided guidelines. We trained them, and we asked them to go and do it. Because when they do it, they will have ownership about it. You have a lot of policies lying, dust gathered, in company shapes all around. So you get a CEO in a room and you want to know if he understands his risk. That's not his business. He will tell you, go and meet the HSC manager also. To me, that's a red flag. So the commitment should start from the beginning. So the point I want to make here is we need to see human rights beyond compliance. And I think Madam Chair made the point very vividly when she was speaking. It should be part of the DNA of the business operation. And you know why? I'll just give you one example. When you have a conflict, if you are in a production company, maybe you are working in a manufacturing business, you have a conflict between meeting your production target and workers' welfare. How will the management make decision? That is where human rights comes in. When a company is experiencing low profitability in the business and they need to cut costs, how would that decision be made? And would there be any consideration to who will be affected by that decision? So these are systemic human rights issues that companies don't consider, and everybody is focused on just to comply. So I think we need to move beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. I think you've just dropped a hint into the second question, because we've talked a lot about why it's supposed to be something that is that has a business case to it, human rights, and also what the companies need to consider. So practically now, for businesses, and I'd like maybe if there are examples that NNPC and Dangote can cite from the group of companies that you manage. So from the small, medium businesses who are just starting out, and then the medium ones, and then the group ones. What are those practical areas that they might overlook in their supply chain, their operations? For those that have like staff capacity of 10 or 20 or 5 people, what are those practical things that they sometimes overlook that, makes them feel like they are not accountable in their practices? I can start from...
Okay, thank you very much. I've seen many intentional, many non-intentional. And I'm just trying to find the right one to place, because almost everywhere for example, building the refinery, we were faced with a whole lot of challenges, and we had to bring in security operatives of the federal government, military, police, everyone. There was huge theft during the refinery construction, and at a point I was scared. It was more like an organized crime. Big equipment, tailor-made equipment that disappearing. And personally I was scared. It's like some people didn't want this to work. And because we brought in the security operators to control that, there is now the exposure to the way our military people behave. In fact, personally, I've been harassed by a military person on site. I had my ID card. I had a team of experts with me. We're going for environmental monitoring. And the naval officer said, "You cannot pass this place." And I displayed my ID card, introduced myself. He said, he doesn't listen to a civilian. And then my head quickly recalibrates that really, these guys will not listen to me. So I started making calls until I spoke to his commanding officer. He was not going to hear anything. Now, is it the guy's fault? No. There was huge theft. That place I was going to has been known as the escape route. People take things, put it on water, boats are waiting, zoom, it's gone. So these guys, they don't want to know who you are. Some employees have been involved in this process, so everybody is a suspect. So what I should have done is that I should have informed his commanding officer ahead that I have a project to do in that area. The commanding officer will notify him that I am coming to that area, and I was not going to have any issues. So when I saw what I experienced, and as a senior person in the organization with that experience, imagine what will happen to others. So we came up with training for all our security personnel. We call it human rights training. So we're doing it in batches, and they are also not the same set of people all the time. They go on rotation. So we have to keep deploying this program to say, this is how we expect you to relate with community. This is how we expect you to relate with our employee. You're not at war. You're not at war. And eventually, I became friends with some of these guys. And when you talk with them, these are people who are used to going to war. And now they are here to protect civilians. And if the civilian if they don't have that understanding that this is not war zone, there is a very high chance for people to misbehave. So that's one typical example. While you're trying to solve a problem, you introduce another one. And if not because I experienced it personally, we might not even see that there's a potential for human rights violation exposure with trying to solve that problem. And immediately we saw it, we started deploying back-to-back trainings for those guys, and it was better managed. Thank you. Okay, so if I go to the supply chain now, you're getting me to supply chain. So we relate with both the big and the small because of the way we are. And one of the things we do with the small companies is, so again, because we are in Nigeria, most small companies just want to make profit. They just want to survive. They don't have all the paraphernalia of structure and systems that you have. In Dangote, we have plenty policies, whistleblowing, and child labor, plenty of them that if just looking at the paper, we are already in full compliance with almost all of this. We see the anti-bullying week, a whole week. We will dedicate it, we will do webinars, we will do gifts, we will do that. The resources are there. But for these smaller companies, they don't have that resources. And we partner with UNGC before on this. The one I know this, the one I managed was not on human. The one I managed was on greenhouse gas emission. Yeah, that I managed. So what we did is we usually partner with agencies. We bring these guys together, through our supply chain guys, and we train and train and train. Now, after the training, we then now let them know that if we can see visible improvement, you have an advantage of getting more business with us. So, and again, like I said, they just want to make profit. So these guys are more excited, and then they start to talk with us. The last one. Because we have a lot of lenders, so like this man, plenty of his friends are always coming to us, either refinery or whatever. They'll come send plenty questionnaire first, at due diligence. You feel, submit evidence, and then they come. Now, when they come, they don't end talking with you. You've talked to many of them, talked to IFC, AFC, African Development Bank, plenty. So they know you know. Then they look for one of your suppliers who is on site, and then they're asking questions. Now, if you don't have a process to educate these guys, you are just exposed. I can relate with what he's talking about. You'll be feeling ashamed right now. You will just be significantly exposed. So, because we know they want to make profit quickly, what we do is support them. As part of our onboarding program, when you win a contract with us and you're coming to site, we have a whole lot of training you have to go through, and human rights management is one of those trainings. We also guide them on how much you pay your employee. The couple of things, I think it was during COVID, a couple of foreigners, it was all over the social media. They said they are not working because the employer was not paying them. We got involved in that. We said, why are you not paying them? What was the delay? And then we found out that there are a lot more issues that are not paying them. Where they live, we got involved in all that. We go to see the accommodation, the food. Are they okay? Do you have an occupational health hygienist? Do you have food handlers? Are the food handlers certified? Most of them will not have this in their process, but because they work for us, part of our interaction, we help them build capacity. And when you do well on this project, you're recommended on that next project, and they're excited to do a lot more.
So, thank you so much. When we so for small companies, I'm just reflecting on key approaches that can also apply for bigger companies and smaller companies. There are 4 key things I look out for, right? That I think that would help us in all driving the human rights principles in our business. It's leadership. The second one is culture. The third is communication. And the fourth one is disclosure. So I'll just break them down. So the first one around leadership is that there must be a leadership buy-in. So without your leadership being on top, the need for us to have an environment that demonstrates respect for human rights, this is not going to work. And just to use that to piggyback to what Chigozie was talking about. So in NNPC, we have several provisions of human rights in all different policies. Our policy, you have the human rights provision, supply chain policy, GRC, you have human rights, all of these elements. Now, by a limited liability company, it then required that we put together a single policy, that articulates all the various human rights elements into one policy document. And that was why we developed the human rights policy. Now, to show you how invested, our leadership was, you had to go through the governance process to the board. We went up to the board, and some members of the board had suffered human rights. And they wanted to be sure that we were not developing a human rights policy that was foreign-based. NNPC with our footprints, they thought, oh, you're bringing something that people outside international bodies are doing. You're not looking at the Niger Delta, how it affects our operations, how it affects a typical area like Ogoni land. You're not looking at how those human rights affect. And they insisted that for them to endorse the human rights policy that we had developed, we must make sure that it goes through the National Human Rights Commission. And what was the objective? To ensure that your human rights policy is homegrown and aligns with national objectives. So the objective was not that you develop a human rights policy that cannot be implemented Remember, like I said, we've been in operations for years. So this was just a way to make sure that this was the board's responsibility to ensure that at the point when we are now presenting this single human rights policy, it was aligned with national objectives. And by the time we passed it through the National Human Rights Commission, they were very excited with the quality of work we did. And in fact, that gave them an idea where they told us they were going to work towards a gold standard for businesses because of the quality of work we had done. So our human rights policy that we developed had the blessings of the board, had the blessings of our leadership, and that would make it easier for us for implementation. Remember that we've been implementing this in HR and all that. Okay, I take you to the second point around culture. Now, this is an interesting point around culture which small companies can look out for, right? I recall a time in our company where we had several canteens. Canteens for the management, canteens for junior management, canteens for staff. As little as this may look like, it's actually a discriminatory approach, right? But in some smaller companies, they may still have some of these things. They want organ, there's the place, this is the chair where the organ must sit. And the truth of it is that it is not just because they're the workplace, it's even our culture back at home. So we have some of these leaders that come in from the IOCs, they say, call me by my first name, you know? And then they go out for meetings where they think everybody will call them by their first name. Nobody will ever try to call you by your first name. Assuming it's Chinedu, or Oga Chinedu, you know, or Madam this. Nobody will ever try, even if I put my name Chinedu, say this is my name, there must be Oga added somewhere, you know. So culture becomes a very strong point you must, you know, implementing human rights at your workplace. That culture also permeates to the safe space, you know, that is created for staff to express themselves, right, and to bring up issues that requires human rights attention. Do you know that there are staff who go through harassment, discrimination, and they can't say it? Culture holds such conversation. By being intentional about your own organizational culture, you can begin to open up that space. Takes me to the next point around communication. When we now know these things that we want to change, how do we tell you? I have to write through my boss to you, HR, to tell you that I have an issue. It's already dead on arrival. Because if body, right, they will make sure that the junior boys matter doesn't come up to the top. It doesn't surface up. The same with communities, right? Communities will have to write to a certain government agency to get to you, or have to write to police. So in revolts, what do? They protest. If you can't hear them through the proper channels, they go and block up your facility, right? So we've had issues where lenders send us back, you know, a review, a newspaper reports, and say, oh, we got this protest that happened at one of your facilities. How did you handle those issues? So we need to be able to establish to the lenders or this stakeholder now that we have a grievance mechanism. We have channels that they have they could express themselves from. But the question will be, are those channels working? So for small companies, you know, as little as an email, you know, this is actually a very funny thing. Sometimes you need to, I test my office email, you know, where they have this contact us at NNPC group. Does it work? You know, or they say they put up a phone number. I say, call us when you have it. Does it work? So we have to take them down, take all these things, and make sure that this works. There are small companies today, they've set up all these fancy websites, you know, beautiful websites, and then they have all these info ads. If I send an email to info, it bounces back. So nobody can reach you. So communication does not work. You understand? So you even if I see your staff doing something that I think should be raised as part of your human rights issue, brought back to you, we can't reach you. Madam mentioned about our trucks. I mean, one of the things we've done is that we've strengthened our communication at our retail level, whereby if you have issues on these trucks, you see some of those numbers, you call those numbers so that we can address those trucks. We've also carried out training with them, because to change the culture and to improve communication, you know, capacity development is very key, right? So that people will really know that this is all a trust game that we're all in, and we're all part of this. We're all critical stakeholders. Imagine the drivers don't have businesses because I don't have products to ferry again tomorrow, right? Because all my business is gone. Then it takes me to the last critical point, which I think small businesses and everybody really needs to look at, is disclosure. Because I see disclosure, the need for disclosure, and the strive for excellent disclosure as a very, what's it called, target that drives the rest of the activities. If you know you're going to disclose, if you know you're going to be accountable to people, it helps you think, reflect really within the organization's fabric. What are the things that needs to be put in place? What are the things that needs to be changed or upsized so that you can really what's it called, build out a trusting environment, build the right culture, build a proper communication channel, ensure that your leaders are part of it, and ensure that trainings are carried out, right? So disclosure is one of the key ones. Even if you don't have anything to start with, maybe all you need to start with today at your desk is disclosure. What are those kind of reports around these areas that I mentioned? Are your leaders part of it? You have a reports that is a case that has come up that you can use that to talk about human rights, maybe small reports in your article, in your internal news or whatever it is. These are some areas you can start off from, and then we then begin to build on human rights capacity. So these are things we have also done in our company, right? And we're seeing that improve on human rights. Today, if you come to the company, there are lots of first name. We're trying. There are lots of first name basis. Now there's no more canteen desegregation. Those days you can't join a lift to the senior person. Now you join a lift with people and everybody's there. Communities, you can hear these days in our community that less disruptions in upstream, those our pipeline facilities. We have increased uptime availability of our pipelines. And thanks also to the Host Community Development Trust Fund, because what it has also made as the host community also part of our business now. So if we make money, we give them part of the money. Right, so some of these things I think come as a result of that communication channel we've created, and then we're all able to carry everyone along. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the panelists. We have Adwa, who just joined. She's at a press conference also. There's another event happening in Abuja, but she's just online, so she'll just give us a few words, and she has to go back to the press conference. And then I'll take one question because I think this panelist, they're really doing fantastic. I'll just ask Mr. Chijioke one more question, and then I'll throw it open to the audience. So, Adwa, over to you. Can you hear us?
I can, and I'm so sorry. I'm not able to join you in person. Thank you so much for inviting me to say a few words at this important meeting. As you said, my name is Angela Kufu. I'm the Senior Human Rights Advisor with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in Nigeria. And for us, we've been supporting the government in implementation of the National Action Plan on Human Rights. My apologies. I think there's some feedback, so bear with me. So we've been working with the government to ensure that the UN guiding principles on business and human rights are integrated into the work that the government is doing. As you know, Nigeria already has one, and we've also been working with really the private sector to ensure that the human rights due diligence guidance is used. I want to just quickly share with you the upcoming 5th African Business and Human Rights Forum, which is really going to be focusing on the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, looking at how the activities of businesses can impact on environmental integrity and, of course, the fundamental rights of communities. This is an opportunity really for us in Nigeria to look at how the businesses not only impact on humans, but also on the environment that we work in, and to look around what type of regulation, what type of stakeholder engagement is necessary, and also the corporate commitments to responsible business conduct. And for us, of course, the sectors such as extractive, agribusiness, manufacturing, infrastructure, and digital technology is very important for Nigeria and for economic growth. But we also know that these sectors are often associated with significant environmental degradation and some business human rights related abuses, whether it's in destruction of nature, exacerbating the impacts of climate change, and also pollution. And how do we bring this? How do we make businesses then able to respect the environment, and also to respect human rights? So that's the work we are doing. I am just sharing a few words to say we are committed to supporting businesses working with the Global Compact on business and human rights to make sure that we are able to best support businesses in Nigeria where they need to be supported. But thank you. And once again, sincere apologies, I'm not there with you in person and for this brief intervention. Madam Moderator, over to you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for joining. So, can you tell us you mentioned already some of the things that you do around due diligence, but specifically what you look out for in companies around BHR, the human rights side, or when you're doing like your assessment on how to give them investments. And then after he's done, we would open the floor for questions from the audience.
All right. Thank you so much. And thanks so much, Nedu, for the clarification. So for us, due diligence is usually specific to specific kinds of companies. The first step is basically to understand, to just run a screening exercise. And in screening exercise, you're looking at what sector, you're looking at where is the business located. Information from sector information can give you initial sense of, what kind of human rights risk are you going to be facing. For instance, if it's an apparel manufacturing sector, if it is a heavy manufacturing sector, if it's a mining sector, different sectors have their different peculiar human rights issues. So, but basically, what is common across, if you go to do due diligence in companies, the first thing from our own approach is, I said it before, is to look at the commitment capacity and the track record of that business with respect to human rights. And there are a lot of indicators. If you walk into any company, there are a lot of indicators you can see, and it can give you a sense of how human rights is taken within that company. But specifically, let me just mention a few of them. So if you look at the purchasing process of a company, how the company manages its purchasing process, that tells you about their commitment, related to human rights. So I give you an example, and that particular deal, we eventually did not invest in it because of human rights issue and governance issue. So we initiated the deal. Is in a secular economy sector, and so is a business, is a recycling business specifically, and they receive their recycled materials, raw materials from all manner of aggregators all over the country. And then when we try to understand how they source these materials, so we could not see anything around. They have a responsible sourcing policy, so that's quite all right. But then we cannot see a procedure on how those suppliers are selected. So there is no supplier pre-qualification procedure. There is no supplier, there is no, how to put it now, there is no consideration of human rights in the supplier decision making. When you are onboarding a supplier, so you have commercial criteria, you have technical criteria, you have other criteria. So there is no criteria for human rights. So that's number one. Then there are other indicators. For instance, you you asked about their grievance redress mechanism. So if I'm the one conducting, in fact, that's the first question I will ask. I want to see your grievance register. So you need to show me your grievance register. If you tell me there is no grievance, it's a red flag, because you cannot have a workforce of, let's say, 50 to 100 people working in a company and everybody is happy every day. So if people are not able to speak in your organization, it's a red flag. So what it means, you've not provided that opportunity for people to be able to speak. And even when you tell me that, oh yes, we have, some companies, when you go, you have a box. They say it's a complaint box. Anybody that have complaint should go and put it there. That's nonsense, because people will not respond to that. You show me, okay, we have a channel. Some company will say we have this channel, and it's a dedicated channel. People can report, and then where is the report? So you have a channel, people are not reporting, means something is wrong. What it means, there is fear of repercussion. There is fear of, line managers coming over them after they have reported. So and personally, I have taken time to engage our companies on this subject, particularly HR managers. Unfortunately, a lot of HR managers do not understand the importance of having a workplace that is fully democratized, because it has a lot of advantage. It can help motivate the workforce. It can help your retention. It can help a lot. So if you are in a company where you are working and you are disgruntled, and your line manager is doing things that you don't like, or if you are a lady, maybe you are being harassed systemically, and you cannot speak, and you don't like it, what do? You go to your desk and start searching for another place to go. So before you know it, you have another job, you leave. So this is what happened in the organizations. We carried out diagnostics in most of our portfolio companies, and it's amazing. These diagnostics we carried out, we intentionally use a foreign company to do these diagnostics because of conflict of interest. We don't want a consultant that will come and write, good English to protect this side and protect this party and protect the other party. So we engage a foreign consultant and carried out diagnostics, and it's amazing. It's amazing the things we found. It's amazing what people go through every day in their workplaces, especially ladies and even men. Is amazing. Many times they face line manager bullies. But because of the economy we have, people are afraid to lose their job because they feel that it's difficult to get one, so they cannot speak. They cannot challenge the situation. They cannot do anything. They just wait on their fate. Any time that job comes up. I think I have one of my portfolio, Kingsley. He can testify to this. We did it in their company as well. So we were able to unearth a lot of things. And then we went to the management of the company and opened the book and said, see what you are sitting on. And it pains me a lot. You know where it pains me? Companies post profit at the end of the year, huge amount of bottom line of profit, but heavily subsidized by a lot of inappropriate practices. Heavily subsidized. Companies you subject your workforce to overtime that is not paid. Sometimes they will tell you it's voluntary. The overtime here is voluntary. We don't force people. People can just. There is what is called modern slavery. It's happening in a lot of companies. Yes, it's voluntary, but if you don't do it, you will see what will happen to you. Subtly, there is threat to your job if you don't do it. But it's not open. HR people will not say there is any problem, but don't do it. So all of these things are things, that we see. So when a company says is committed to human rights, there are a lot of things we look at. What is the everyday decision that you make in that company? You know, what is your behavior? What is the, someone told me one day, is one of our DFI, he said, there's a way he put it, he said that the behavior of the supply chain he said the approximate behavior of the supply chain reflect the sum total of the behavior of the companies that patronize the supply chain. Your behavior as a company shapes the behavior of the supply chain, because the supply chain has no option. A supply chain is a business that looking for a customer to sell his goods or services to. And he doesn't have any option. Whatever you say is what he will do, so far as you give him business to do. So I have managed a business in Ghana. It's an apparel business, beautiful sourcing policy, responsible sourcing policy, sustainable procurement, a whole lot of documentations. But then there are issues. Their goods was once almost rejected because they export to the US. Their goods was at some point almost rejected in US because of human rights issues. We did human rights due diligence and traced their raw material to China. And then we found that, okay, you comply with all of the surface. That's why I was, hammering on compliance. You comply with all of the surface human rights things, but systemically, because we deployed what we call workplace accountability audit, which we hired a company to do in China. And one of the findings was our own company give them unrealistic timelines. I want you to abide and comply with my human rights policy, right? But I'm giving you unrealistic time. You must deliver these goods before the end of the week. So what would they do? They will subject the workforce to overtime. At some point, they will use child labor because they want to deliver the goods. They don't want to lose you. So these are the things, that what we call this, that's the behavior of they don't pay attention to it, but they tell you that they are doing human rights. So all of these things are the things we try to look at. And then when you go down to the workforce, another, in my company, we do job quality is one of our impact pillars we don't play with. And it's very, very intentional because we have seen a lot of nonsense happening across companies, the way they treat people, and particularly in this part of the world. And we made a decision that we want to create a center of excellence for people, for workforce, for people that work in our companies everywhere. So that when you come across our company, you can testify that there is something different. So we pay attention to workforce, and within this workforce, health and safety is very key. And not only health and safety, you talk about workplace discrimination. So discrimination happens in several ways. Systemic discriminations exist, from employment, recruitment point, down to onboarding, down to performance management, down to career progression stage. You notice a whole lot of things. So all of these things are systemic. So when we talk about human rights, it's all encompassing. And if you are doing human rights, you are doing it just for the purpose of compliance, you need to rethink it, because it's not going to achieve any value for you. It has to be part and parcel of the. And another thing, before I round up, is incentive. We also look at incentive during DD, during due diligence. We want to know how people are rewarded, So we will see that, a procurement officer was incentivized last year. He got a bonus just because he achieved, let's say, 3% reduction in all the materials and goods purchased. Then the production manager received some bonus because he met his target and even overachieved it by 1%. The project manager received bonus because he met the timeline set for project delivery. But you cannot see anyone receiving bonus for practicing human rights. You cannot see procurement officer receiving bonus for ensuring that he purchases from the right companies and he asks the right questions and he does pre-qualifications and he does due diligence. So when you do not incentivize all of these things, you cannot actually tell me you are committed, because people go where they benefit. Nobody does anything for nothing. So if you incentivize me, I will do more. So in that area where you incentivize me, that is the area I will pay more attention to. If you don't incentivize me in this area, you are indirectly telling me that, well, this one is nice to do. It's not really the main game. So these are the things, we look at when we go and do due diligence.
Thank you so much. I think you've laid the ground for a lot of things that we can discuss on. And I have my own question that I can start with, but let me wait for the audience. So any questions? Please, we'll keep it brief because we want to, unless people want us to sleep here, and that is Isisha, but we only have a short time. So we will keep the questions brief, and if a question has been asked, there may not be need to. Okay, so we'll just take the count, and then that will be it. So 6 people. Okay, so because I called Mr. Odisa, I'll start from him. Or ladies first. Who's the first person? Oh.
Thank you so much for this wonderful session. My name is Oluronti Esther from First Park, and I want to ask a question. I want to direct my question to you, sir, and any other person on the panel who can answer. It is about workplace malpractices, especially when it has to do with staff. And I'm going to focus on the civil society sector, the non-profit sector. So there are instances whereby funding are gotten, and then you need to look at, okay, what is going to be our running cost for the next 3 years, or for the next 2 years, no matter how long, depending on how long you're going to plan. So basically, maybe you got a funding and the staff working on that project are supposed to get maybe $50,000 in a year. This one's supposed to get $30,000 in a year. But at the end of the day, when you have checked your budgeting and all those things, you come back and say, okay, this person is just going to get like $2,000 in a year, even though on paper they sign that he got $30,000. Aside from the other malpractices like bullying that happen in such workplaces, especially if you're saying that, okay, this is not in line with my value. I cannot sign for the money that I did not collect, or I cannot do this because at the end of the day, even though you're saying that you're using this for pushing the vision of the organization and all that, that is not what this money is used for, because we are planning for sustainability, but we keep on getting funding like regularly, yet we are getting just trickle from the money that is coming to the organization in terms of compensation for staff.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Kwatam Akonde. I'm a business person, but I'm also a gender advocate. So I've been waiting to hear, sexual harassment, gender mainstreaming in our conversation, but I didn't hear it. So I need to know, are these companies, because it's also a human rights issue, so are these companies actually doing, do you have a gender mainstreaming, do you have a sexual harassment policy in your companies? Do you mainstream gender in your recruitment and in your operations and everything? So I need to just.
Good morning. My name is Taiwo. I happen to be the CEO of Global Leaders Company. I'm supposed to be in Ekiti actually for tomorrow's election, but I want to thank Global Compact for this event. I'll be traveling to Ekiti in like an hour time anyways. My question is to Mr. Nedu and Mr. Yemi. There are 2 questions. Firstly, I'm into there's this Federal Reporting Council reporting thing now, IFRS Sustainability 1 and 2, and that's what my organization does. And so my question to Mr. Nedu is, how does board leverage evaluation outcomes, assess whether the governance structures, oversight mechanisms, and decision-making processes are sufficiently equipped to meet the disclosure expectations of IFRS S1 and S2 while upholding business and human rights commitments. Then my second question is to Mr. Yemi, because he's in Dangote, and I have a very something for Dangote anyways. How can companies transform compliances with IFRS S1 and 2 from a reporting obligation into a strategic advantage that strengthens stakeholder trust and governance practices are required from the board to achieve these outcomes?
Good afternoon, everyone present, all protocols observed. My name is Ronaldo Edema. I'm from a regional director and a partnership with the Chevron P Mission project. I just want to draw, I've been opportune to be working in facilities. So I'll class myself as a facility engineer and a researcher as well. Being the fact that I'm working with the Chevron PGPA, I do with public projects. I've been working on projects, especially in the Niger Delta. So I have done a lot of survey in the Nigerian public and in the private and public sector. So Chevron, I want to thank Chevron for that, and the Chevron MD, Jim Swaz, for giving me the opportunity as well. So I did a project called Student Restiveness and Technical Performance Anomaly in Niger Delta area workforce management. So I took data from 9 states. I work with community leaders and politicians. So my question is from the panel, and I know Chevron has through me and other experts, Chevron still have some solutions to the problem. But I just want to ask the question, how will government be able to solve our problems in accountability using modern technology like artificial intelligence, machine language coming up, and the new softwares in monitoring expenses, at the same time, a life cycle analysis. In terms of that the area, that's one question. How will government be able to solve it in a modern time, this 21st century, so that we can be able to progress? All right. Then the other question is, another suggestion to the public is, and to make everybody aware of it, and Chevron is making everybody aware of it, is the foundational problem we have, right, in schools. It starts from the school, where our children cannot be able to solve problems. Assignments, they cannot do the assignments themselves. They are not accountable of the assignments. They don't, there are a lot of issues from the foundation. So how will government be able to solve such problems? In terms of the accountability, it links to it's a life cycle.
Can we take more questions? Sorry, Gloria.
Okay, sorry, guys. Hi, good afternoon. Sorry, she wanted me to speak earlier, but I thought part of human rights was deciding where to speak, not pointed at. So, okay. My name is Ugo Chukunwo, so I'm the head of programs and grants at ACT Foundation. I think I've been around for a while. We've supported about 110 non-profits across 13 African countries. 25 grants plus every other year. So, and my question is, realistically, if we are implementing the whole human rights thing, I mean, like, it's amazing, right? Forgive me sometimes when I sit in rooms like this, it's kind of a bit tiring because I've heard this multiple times, different kind of projects and all of that. The stories are beautiful. We're talking about what people have to do and all of that. But in reality, so one of the panelists actually tried to speak towards that point, like how you were able to turn the community guys to reduce the number of pipeline breakages and all of that. Now, what I actually want some of the on the panel to maybe talk about is when you design your human rights approach, especially the finance guy, where does the business owner come into all of this? So I'm a business owner. I've put in money. I'm sitting and I have to do certain things to make my employees happy so that they can work better, right? What are the things the employees have to do to make my business survive? You know, we don't think of all of this all the time, right? And if you're a middle manager or you actually run a business, you might understand where I'm coming from. So you hear people talk about my right, what I'm supposed to do. What about your rights to the company? You know, does this company, does it have mental health? So you have mental health. Does this company have mental health? Yeah, but this is the reality, because every time there's a fight between a rich man and a poor man, it's more like they are oppressing us. But the poor man, you want to borrow money from this guy, you promise to pay on Tuesday, and it is 75 Tuesdays later, you have not paid. And the guy comes to pick you. So in making sure that people realistically adopt this thing, you need to, as you discuss, as we discuss, I mean, I'm in the social, I mean, I deal with a whole lot for this organization, and this is what I see. Owners of businesses struggling, and you know, when somebody's business is struggling, they are not trying to think about it, they want to survive. So how do we start educating employees and even people who are going into the workforce to say, number one, know where your organization is at every certain time and know how, I'm not saying it's an excuse, but at the same time, if you're able to manage helping the business owners understand where this turns the clock for them, it will be easier for us to actually have more people adopting the whole process. Thank you. Yeah, I made a comment and I also asked a question. Yeah.
I think we had counted. We had counted. Let's respond
Sorry, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Odi. I work with Accountability Lab. I like the fact that you already talked about compliance in a way that HRDD shouldn't just be a document off the shelf. I think it strikes me really hard. And the conversation with NMPC, you guys will solve your problem outside here. But just to come back to you, I think you mentioned the work around the Niger Delta and the Host Community Development Trust. You also mentioned disclosure and communication and all of that engagement. But I'm quite keen to hear what a practical situation would be for your remediation process. You talked about some companies, again, we've experienced all of these things where you have info at this organization, complaints at this organization. Once you email them, you don't even get a response. But again, it comes to, for me, it's that thing on just not the host community development fund. So in these communities where we've worked previously, you find out that communities want to also escalate their claims or their complaints. But again, most times your complaint mechanism or your grievance mechanism doesn't work in a way that gives them access. But you find out some other times they escalate to some civil society that work in those communities, or they even go to Human Rights Commission. I think there's a research or there's a data that shows that last year Human Rights Commission had over 3.7 million aggregated, but they could only investigate 1.4, less than 2%. I mean, they don't have that capacity. So that's challenging. For you to know, let us know how functional your own mechanism is. Dangote, I mean, there's been a bit of drag here and there on your work around the industry. So I had an experience last year in a community outside Nigeria, where there is a power plant that everybody in that community has access to that power plant if they have a problem when it comes to environmental hazards. But just looking at the Dangote refinery in recent times and the communities that reside, there's a claim in the Niger Delta that says oil spillage, the suits also affects reproductive health for women. What would be that situation for your own company and the communities around them? How do they have access to you? I'm not sure if the lead poisoning was linked to. Yeah. So I mean, but again, these are the issues that we see in these communities in terms of access for your equipment. I'm only saying this in a way that, looking at the three pillars, we know there's government responsibility to protect, companies to respect, and the remedy process is key to citizens and these companies. Again, every company here, just to commend you for being in the room, and UNGC as well. Sometimes you don't find companies in the room to have this conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and it's been a very insightful discussion so far. So my name is Raphael. I work in marketing and business development, but I also wanted to take this discussion because this is a very high level discussion. I mean, we have an NPC, we have Dangote, and that guy, so it's very high level. But I think she has been giving me tips since she works with the organization, so I've been getting some knowledge from her. And she said something about young children. Is it underage employment? I think it's a child labor. Yeah, I think it's a problem also. But I also wanted to talk about it. I mean, in the apparel sector, for those of us that are very familiar with axes like Ujuelegba, Surulere, and that area, most of the people that work there are quite underage. And if you compare it to bring it out to Nigerian culture, we have about 8 to 20 million out of school children. So we will say that if you have a lot of young people, apprentices, working and learning, and because mostly the process is they come in when they're in primary school, they go to school, they also work when they're transitioning secondary school. They don't go to university, they can go ahead and open their own shops, start business, and create employment. So most of the big people you see now in the area, that's how they started. And it's also a continuous process. I mean, that's what keeps the industry alive in that area. And I am also involved in apparel, so I'm very familiar with this kind of scenario. So would you say I'm violating the human rights if I have a lot of primary school children working in my shop? You know, shops I have scattered across. So you have like, let's say 10 to 20 of them coming every day. They train up when they get to the level where they can stand on their own, they go. So I think that's a question. And would it now affect, let's say I'm looking for capital later in the future, and I see, and they come to my shop and they see a lot of young people, and they say, oh, you are violating child labor, something like that. Because culture also matters, and problems that each person also matters.
All right, thank you so much. I'll start with that of FRC regarding the IFRS adoption. So being a practitioner, you being a practitioner, right? It's I know you are aware that there are like steps to IFRS adoption. That's the readiness approach, right? Readiness to IFRS adoption. So we are also working on that IFRS adoption. So we are currently, at the third stage of IFRS adoption. And one of the things we do is we've had engagement with FRC, who is driving the implementation in country. Now, the question around how does the board get involved, to ensure that the systems and processes are in place. Firstly, good timing for us also is that we are implementing the sustainability framework. So we developed a sustainability framework, which we are at the point of which we are currently implementing. And one of the key things that the board required from us is the quarterly reports. So the board then would then agreed on what are the indicators that the board would always see in that quarterly report. Now, through that quarterly report, the board is able to assess how we are addressing things around the strategy, the risk, and the various measurement reporting indicators that we need to do for IFRS. So the reporting is a tool that the board uses to assess us, and we have a quarterly engagement with the board. Additionally, to say that the way we've structured the board committees, we have a board committee that is focused on sustainability called the Board Sustainability Committee. So some companies also use that as an approach, right, to make sure that the board has a focus on sustainability. And of course, from that focus on sustainability, it goes down to the standard we have adopted, which in this case is IFRS helping us to do that. Okay, so I'll go to the next one around the community, how we have addressed that. So, and it's these questions you asked are very fresh, topical questions for us, because NNPC transiting from the corporation it was to a limited liability company, we had to go to the bank to borrow money. So it wasn't as when government used to give us money. So what it then means is that there are lots of questions by investors, by lenders now, asking us to show how you addressed these community grievances. And I mean, we've answered them solidly. Just to take us through the process, right? So one is that we have recently established, so prior to now, we had what you call the community relations, right? Prior to the PIA that's put in place, the Host Community Development Trust Fund and all that. Every company working in the Niger Delta have what you call the global MOU. So with that global MOU, you have discussions you have a mechanism to engage the community when there are issues, and all of you agree on that, and it closes out. Sometimes some of the outlays you see are actually community that don't think that they are considered part of that GMOU. So you could have just for please, you could have Ekpan and Warri, right? And then you think you are dealing with Warri, while Ekpan will say, no, we are not Warri, we are Ekpan, you have to deal with us. Now, if you sign a GMOU that considered Warri then as having all these facilities, now there's a Ekpan community to deal with. So you have to listen to them. You now have to create a new structure, to be able to manage that. So from that GMOU, now we've transited from the PIA level where you now have this host community arrangement that talks about that structures how host communities are defined. So it helps them address that. So it's no longer where we had entered into an agreement with the stronger local governments in the past, but now based on the locality or the location of the infrastructure, you're able then to define who a host community is. Now, what have we done then? One is we are trying to make sure the host community development trust funds are established, because it's not just us giving funds to the community, it's also the community putting in place a structure to receive the fund and manage the funds, right? So it's a collaboration. For our own end also, we have what you call the corporate relations, corporate and community relations management. So what it does is then bringing together all these community issues, and we have a framework to addressing all these issues. Then incentives from the host community development trust, for example, then funding made available through like environmental funds, also available to now begin to address this. Now, to be able to access these funds, it requires then there are audits that are carried out by like government agencies and NGOs like yours that will audit to really be sure that these issues raised are issues that are pertain to those communities and also applicable to the claim, maybe like to the company that they say is at fault, right? Because it's a lot of money trying to force me to clean up a community if I'm not the one that is a culprit. If it was a cause of the community themselves, just using that to come and bring me to the table, we need to be able to carry out that audit, right? So those audits are things also that we are putting in place. But in all, we've seen an improved engagement with the community. It's an open door for us, all right? So we've also seen, I want to mention like things like Tantita, right? So that has helped to ensure that there's security improvement on our pipelines. But what we do is we deploy these mechanisms. The funds are there to encourage, the Host Community Development Trust Fund is there to encourage that communities are in peaceful partnership with operators like us, right? And the grievance mechanisms are there so that they can reach out to us when they have issues. And of course, then when we carry out this community project, we also make sure that they speak to what the communities have. So wherever these issues have risen, really, we have engaged the community. We have engaged them to the point that we have settled it. So when these funders, when these investors and lenders come to us, they want to see how we addressed issues that were raised in the press. So because these things go to the press, right? So they'll go to the press and refer us to the press, say, give us your steps, how you address these issues, and show us a settlement that you reached and signed by both, that the company and the community, how you were able to address that. This is the level of due diligence they are now conducting on us as a private limited company that's trying to assess funds. So a sign up for us from both communities is now a sign for us that we have settled, we heard them, we understood their challenges, we were able to address their challenges, and we all came to a common agreement. I think that's the way I'll put it. So we're really working on that and continuous improvement. And we support with CSOs like you. You keep telling us what to do, to keep improving that. Know that it's a two-way thing, not just us, it's also the community, Thank you so much. So, we mentioned discrimination without mentioning sexual or whatever, right? Because discriminations are real in the workplace, and sexual harassment is a real issue at the workplace. And it comes in very subtle and open forms, really. So it's not necessarily the way it's seen. And that's why I mentioned that key two things when I was talking about my 4 points, right? The leadership and culture is very key. Because if you don't have a safe space at the workplace, people will not speak out. You understand? And I also talked about culture, where they say, oh, you should know that it's a man. Right? So it affects the way some of these things are raised. Right? But we're very happy to say in my company, because of the leadership not getting involved in these abuses, they are ready to listen to and entertain this. So yes, we have these portals where people report, but like he mentioned, people really don't trust this because they're like, HR is going to see whose IP address was used to send this, right? So that's not. So we allow you to make sure that these things are reported, and then you are also allowed to send an email, right? Whoever you want. You can send to the GCO. In fact, the GCO said you should send the email to him. Why? Because he's interested in that. Because it was one of the issues he raised when he came. Because we had younger people coming in, right? And then you had older people who are seeing these younger people. So it led to some Gen Zs, they want to cover their headphones, right? They don't want to be talked to. You can't talk to them, right? But you think you must talk to everybody, or someone must greet you on the lift. No, that's not how they think they should have. You should leave them to go to their workspace, do their work, carry their laptop and go home. But in our own working environment, we think that we must go around and greet everybody, and everybody must greet us, right? So these are some things that kind of opened up those space. And the GCO said, if you have anything, write to me directly. That's leadership being there, right? Then the other one around culture now is then what we now need to begin to change ourselves, through constant training and awareness and letting people know what the boundaries are, right? So there's some companies that have this distance apart. You must stand when you're speaking to someone. But you know how our culture is now. You come, I hug you now, right? Or somebody, you're speaking to somebody, you're almost running into the person's face, speaking to them. In some Western cultures, there's a stipulated distance. You must not pass. The moment you pass that, is an aggression straight. You understand? So you must understand your own culture at your own company level. And that culture is also how your bosses behave, right? Because that's what drives overall culture. And then begin to define what that culture is. And of course, the communication also is very important. And when there are these issues, show how you've treated it. So one of the things we've started in our company is what they call ethical moments. Ethical moments is where we raise some of these points and then we discuss them and allow people to drop like chats or comments, even if it's like third party, even if you're referring to a third party comment, you say, oh, someone like this had this issue. What we do is that when we see those comments, we'll try to track whether it was done an internal issue or whether it is really referring to just a hypothetical case, right? So we may need to create such fora, where such conversations can hold. But I tell you, it's a journey. It's a journey, and it's not something to. But from the company, I've worked 21 years in my company, right? And I've seen the culture change over time. And I will tell you that a lot of companies are improving. My company is really improving on how they address harassments and all that. And because I remember when started off early, and we were in the plant one day working. So I was an electrical engineer. I was working in the electrical facility then, and then there's a test we must carry out. And this man, who is a senior man, said, and we said, "Okay, you need to carry out this test." He said, "Do you know how many years I have worked in this place?" So we said, "Okay, you need to carry out this test." When the moment the man put it, that's how spark, like this. We all started smiling, But over time now, those things will not happen anymore. Everybody begins to get cautious, right? But it's just to show you that then you had no voice. They will tell you, no, you are here to learn, or you're here to watch us do, or you must do as we said. But you see, these days, there are challenges at the workplace. And you can also see that as a flow of supply of culture from like the younger generations coming into the workplace, say you can't tell us what to do. We have to all align on what to do. So it's a journey, but we are making progress on that. Thanks.
So maybe you want to throw in to the question, then I think Mr. Chijioke will talk about the question from her about workplace malpractice or discrepancy, and then there was one other question on the one that
so on IFRS, you did ask a Dangote direct question. So what he explained, we're doing. However, Dangote is a very large conglomerate, and the majority of all the businesses are different. I see that the group, I see everybody. So what he described, you find in some business unit. In some of that, the story is different. But because we see that the group, we are able to take where there is strength and go to where there is weakness and start to help them improve. That's the value we get as a conglomerate. And one other important thing to say is board require training. All these reports, he talked about quarterly report, we do in some boards. Some boards were just considered last year. They are very experienced people from different places, but now it's all together in a place. I have a board who does not even have sustainability committee yet. Not even any committee yet, because it's just set up. What we've done for everybody is ensure they all have IFRS S1 and S2 training. We got one of the big fours. I don't want to advertise for any of them. We brought them in and trained them, trained their managers, practitioners, trained the board members. And I was involved in that training. And it's mind-blowing, number one, how knowledgeable those board members are. Number two is how they are also able to see the change that is coming. It's not enforced yet. It's still voluntary adoption phase. So that I don't repeat most of the things they said. So where we see gaps, we make sure they're getting trained. And we're giving them SME support as well. Now, if I go to the person that talked about child labor, I'm interested in that because so I'm a village man. And I understand exactly what to describe it. Just last week, ISSB, they're doing a lot of reviews, and they brought a couple of reviews to us. And I still challenge this definition of child labor in African context. And I'm making a submission to them to give them African perspective, because a lot of these are defined for us all over the world. Dr. Ndidi, many of you are in sustainability, you know Dr. Ndidi. She's the one driving that and said, let's put the African voice to this definition. By the UN definition, from 12 years old, you can walk. However, it must be clear that this work will not in any way expose you to danger. That I'm just trying to summarize it. It will not impair your opportunity to get education. You understand? Now, in our village boy context, I don't have to get paid to work in my father's farm. It's what we do as a family to be okay. I still go to school. Sometimes after school, we go to farm. Sometimes very early before we go to school, we go to farm. Some of you are Lagos people, you don't know. We go to farm early before we go to school. We still go to school and we still perform well. To UN guy who is coming around, who sees me go to school early, go to farm early before I go to school, child labor trouble. So we're Push, and all of us who are professional here who knows this truth, push it. Don't just adopt European definition. Push it. A lot of us don't work for money at that tender age. We work to be at home. For example, what you described, very clear. That is actually how some people have been able to survive. It's simple mentorship. That is how some culture or practice are transferred. And it's fading. Unfortunately, it's fading out now. I have practical examples. When I got married, there is, permit me to say culture because most of us know. There is Igbo guy. We're about the same age. I know him. While I was working in oil company, doing big boy, this guy opened one shop. Sleeps in that shop, wakes up there. In 1 year, the shop has turned to 2. It's one shop. Me, I'm still collecting salary. And after a while, he went back, got married, brought an educated wife. He did not go to school. He brought an educated wife. Empowered this lady to take decision on the business. He is the CEO. The lady takes decisions, money, check, and everything. In 4 years, you would think you price something here, it's too expensive. You don't go to that shop. You're buying from the same person. In the community. And after a while, he went to the village, brought some boys that way. And because we were both young, we used to talk. And I had some education in the East. So I speak a little Igbo. So we talk. And he says to me, nah, that's how it's done. You need to start learning when you are tender. If you already become too big, it's a problem. And he told me how his own Oga empowered him when they call it settlement. And then they said to them. So that is a system. And we need to describe that. That is not child abuse. It is not. So it's important we help UN to define that in the African context. And we need to document. It should not end here. We need to write it, make submissions, make presentations. That is the only time that can change. Let me come to, there's another one. Oh, the man that is, I think I've answered it. No, he's the man behind. He's the businessman that hacks. He's the CEO that hacks. Yes. So you're very spot on. And so when I left Shell to join Dangote, and at the time Dangote used to be very primitive. And I almost resigned in 1 month. Because I came from a very structured European first name, everything. And I got into a place where there is, in fact, one of the reasons why I joined Dangote is this. I was on the project, you will know Bonga Southwest project. It's still not alive till today. I was on it. I spent 7 years on one project, big project. And we were always rewinding. And my career was becoming miserable. But Dangote entered refinery that everybody is running away from. Make the decisions. And today, our eyes will have seen meme in this country. If someone has not made those decisions, were they perfect decisions? No. Were there human rights issues? Yes. Were they fixed? Yes. As we see the issues, we fix them. This Oga lender, we work with the best lenders in the world. They saw it, they work with us. I don't know why you abandon that man. No. My own lender, they don't abandon us when they see problem. They work with us to improve and solve the problem. There is no big, just last week we still a deal with AFC, $7 billion. But it's not as if everything is perfect still in that deal. And that is the purpose of ISAP. That's why you have ISAP. So if you keep killing all the small businesses in Nigeria because they don't meet everything, they will not grow. They brought international everything to come and be auditing us. Many times I've fought with people who came from my pub because the minute they look at you blind, they think you don't know anything. And I said to them, stop it there. Have you worked in this particular business before? No, they don't. They don't know. They don't know. And I said, so if you don't know, Don't come and just be reading books to me. I've read those books. I know those books. I know what they say. We are here to solve problem. In Alaji's words, we say Africans solving African problems. If you don't have that mentality that you will meet these challenges, but you will solve them, not that you will see them and pretend they don't exist. You see them and you solve them. In your words, it's a journey, continuous improvement. I'm not aware of any company in the world that is perfect. I have checked them. I'm a born researcher. I have checked them. All of them, all the ones that came to audit you, they have issues, internal issues. Go and check. All the guys who say you are bad, you are this. Go and check. They have issues. The difference is that they are able to demonstrate that they are managing the issues. And that is all we all need to do. You find out there are issues, you fix them. I have learned so much and I've seen so much improvement. When I joined Dangote, plenty of policies we have that are working. They are not there. Now, if you bully somebody in fact, we had, when we had the anti-bully, 2 or 3 weeks ago, we had anti-bully week or something. And Group HR told us. So I just want to say that some of those systems are working. It's not true that those systems are there. The head of HR came to us and said, top management are getting to sit in panels to come and face what has come for them in these people came to report them. In our own case, is an external person that gets is a PwC that gets the complaint. If you don't want to mention your name, they cannot ask you. You will just give your complaint, provide what they can use to investigate. And if you want to mention your name, mention. I have seen big boys stand in front of panels, explain their side of the story. That was not there before. So now, employees believe in that process, and people are reporting. In our own organization, sir, people are reporting. People are getting penalized. Some people have been sacked. Some people have been given training support. After they check, they discover that even you said this matter it didn't start from you, it's from your village, it's your culture. They now give you training support because not everybody should just be sacked because you make mistake. They now give you training support. They expose you to this how it should be done next time. And people improve and get better. So I just want to say some of these things are working. There's somebody else who asked Dangote question before I drop the mic. I can't remember. No, he asked one. Community, that's my pepper superior. So I love it. In Ibejuleki, precisely. What we've done, people don't believe it can be done. And I will give the credit to Alaji himself. He is a man who wants to get things done. Don't just say there's a problem. What is the solution? And immediately you bring the solution, it will be done. I also want to give credit to our lenders who allowed us to grow. I said to people, if you want to find the best professional for anything, come to Dangote. But that's the way our best hands are hired. If I like you here, you have solved the problem in Netherlands and you're in Nigeria, I can bring you to come and solve it in Nigeria. But you must come and solve the problem. Don't come and tell us about the problem. Come and solve. We know everybody can see problem. Be the solution, not the storyteller. In Ibejuleki, when we got there were a lot of issues. If you follow the story of the place, you find out there was issue of Lagos State. And let me chip in that refinery was not supposed to be in Ibejuleki. That refinery was in fact planned to be in Ondo State. Poor management by community and leaders. That's what brought it to. Those people, they are still crying till tomorrow. So community people should also be careful when you just want to be unnecessarily difficult. Exactly. When we got to Ibejuleki, Lagos State government had already done the land acquisition, resettlement, everything. We're not involved in any. It was all done by Lagos. So we just entered the land. But then, we found out that there are issues. Instead of us to say, we have given you money, we pay government, I don't know anything about it. That's not the approach. The approach is, let's engage this community. So we started talking with them. They were the ones we had to train to know how to negotiate with us. They don't know how to negotiate anything. Almost everybody just wants business, money. And even you are scared and say, is this what you are asking for? So we had to bring a consultant to train them. That this is how to negotiate. At that time, PIA is not out. In fact, I think PIA copied what we did in Ibejuleki. Because we did not have a community development committee. We didn't use Nigeria Delta system. But I worked in Nigeria Delta, I know the problem. So we worked. Alagi's was, I don't want Nigeria Delta here. I want something different. So we want to show the world it can be done. We had a community development committee. Every host community had representative there, a man and a woman. So gender balance already from the beginning. All of them trained. Then we now brought in a consultant to do needs assessment. And we got them involved. Don't just think it's what you need. What do you really need? So the consultant nicely now did their study and say, these are the things you really need to. Based on these details, oh, that's true, oh, that's true. Our first scholarship program in Ibejuleki was difficult to find students in engineering to win scholarship. Who studied engineering? Very difficult. And it's Lagos. So you can imagine village. And it's Lagos. So we had to say, okay, this is what you need to do. Let's start supporting primary school children. In some places where you buy the book, you buy the uniform, you buy everything, the child still does not go to school. And you want the clothes now. We found out that it's the money to go to school. And instead of empowering Baba, because these boys, these men, they know how to enjoy their lives. Some of us. We empower the woman and say, support this child to go to school. There are a lot of women in Ibejuleki now who are strong business owners that started from nothing. Not because we gave them money alone, but because we also show them opportunity. We tell them, for example, when refinery operation started, we told them tanker drivers will be here. There will be plenty. These are the risks. Train your daughters. We told them up front. There's no secret. We told them this is the problem. These are also the opportunities. Tanker drivers, they buy ready food. All of you go and start selling food. If you go to refinery houses in the morning around 7:30 a.m., see if you see food vendors, in 1 hour all of them have disappeared. They have gone on with their pockets heavy with money. Sell this, sell that, do this, do that. Man, this is not the time you will be beating your wife anyhow. One tanker driver will just give her plenty money and he will just leave you alone. So we gave all this awareness and they knew. So it's called project disclosure. We gave all this awareness. We told them about the potential for diseases spread and all of these things. And then this one you said you sent email to one, it did not work. In Dangote it worked. African Development Bank, AFDB came. Dr. Ocho, we told him we did it. He, right there, he just sent an email. He didn't tell anybody. He just sent the email. The head of social performance is there. Oh, she said, oh, you said the system is not working. It's working. Somebody just sent email now. Meanwhile, it's the person that sent the email. And we didn't know. And then they just checked. We also communicated in local dialects, not in big grammar English. Interpreted to the local dialects, engage them consistently, employ from their midst to be CLOs. Because you go and bring Gen Z, like you have said, to come and be doing CLO in a community where their dynamics is different. Is that a frustrating body? Frustrate them. Somebody will frustrate each other. So we start employing from their midst. Those who are educated, who study something along this line, not just because you are the son of a prince or your daddy is a king. No. Do you study something on sociology? People will say, oh, yeah, okay. But you are from this community here. Your king sign that is from you. We started bringing them in. And they are now the people who now go and tell the community, the business is not like this. So it's like this. So when they bring grievance, we have a grievance register. Now, when one of the lenders came, he looked at the grievance, he said, for the business of this size, your grievance is too small. He said, why? He said, it's spot on. Just like I said, if I go on the details, he said there's no grievance. If I have multiple red flags. We said, yes. But this is what happens here. A lot of things are resolved unofficially. A lot of things. Oh, they just say, hey, Prince, come. Hey, I smell something. Oh, is it from your organization? Why does it smell? It smells like this. We don't do anything that smells like that. Oh. This is the things we do. These are the things we do. Oh, it's not you. Oh, I applied for a job. They did not come in for interview and I qualify. Really? Who did you submit your CV to? This and this. And that person follow up and go back to them. A lot of those things don't make it to the grievance register. And people need to understand that system. Sometimes they drag us to government. and say we have done. I've stood in front of government many times. Everything, not one, has been true that they've accused us of. Not one thing. But because we do a lot of technical studies, so for example, I'm building a jetty. I'm already predicting where the impact is. And I'm not just predicting in my head. I'm doing simulations, modelings, and I'm showing them. This is where the impact now happen. And I've been monitoring that using satellite imagery, GIS, and all that. And they say it's me. By the time I show you, it's not me. But they will not come and take another person. Because you are the big boy around. You are guilty of everything. Let me leave it there. I'm sure there are more things in it.
Yeah, I think good justice have been done to to all the questions. So very, very good section and very good exposition. Just to respond to your question, so it's a case of transparency and lack of disclosure. So if as an NGO the leadership goes to collect money and comes back and reappropriate, I will not say misappropriate, but reappropriate the money different from what they have committed to the donors, it has to do with the value of the company. Every business has value. You understand? So if that organization, if part of its value is integrity, it will be able to keep to the words or the commitment it has given. Then another side of it is, most times, this is my own personal view, and I form this view based on even at the public sector level. Our government borrow a lot. So, and most times you don't see the results of the borrowing. And they borrow from recognized world bodies, World Bank, IMF, and these are international organizations that everybody have high expectation, and we hold them at very high standard and esteem. And sometimes you wonder, because I speak from perspective of an investor. So we get money from maybe a DFI. You get money from a development financial institution, and that DFI gives you his investment rationale. There is what they call investment rationale. So they are telling you how they want that money invested, telling you the do's and don'ts. Thank you. And then at some point they audit you. They want to be sure that you have used the money in accordance to what you sign with them. And when you want to raise another fund, your performance in the previous fund will now determine whether you're able to get another fund or not. So this is on the side of private sector. But when it comes to public sector, so you see a World Bank, you see an IMF, you see all of these people giving billions of dollars upon billions of dollars, and there is no accountability, and they go again, they give them again. So I form an opinion that along the value chain of that process, there is complicity. So that is my own personal view. And I want to bring that to your case. Probably there is complicity along the value chain of that process. Somebody at the other end is aware of what the company is doing and keep a close eye to it. Because I cannot believe it that a donor will give money. For instance, I'm giving you this money. You said you are championing the case of, let's say, malaria within a particular location, and I donate the money for that malaria. Let's say it's 10 million, and at the end of the day, I conduct audit. It's only 1 million that goes in there, and tomorrow you come again, I still give you. So it defies common logic if I am not complicit. So that is the response I would like to give to that. Probably there is complicity and there is no value. Otherwise, there will be transparency. Now, just to add a little bit to what the gentlemen have said, and particularly on the child labor issue. So what he said is very correct, but The only little thing I want to add is, and what we look at, we don't necessarily say, children maybe below 15 should not work. There are two things. Number one, that work must not prevent that child from having, because it's a human right for a child to have education. So if you infringe on that right, it's a problem. Number two is that child must not do a work, naturally will be considered dangerous for that child to do. And it must not be exposed. And you are from the apparel industry. I have an apparel portfolio company, so I know the things involved. In apparel industry, there is hazardous chemicals. So when children work in such factory or in such environment, there is potential that they will be exposed to those hazardous. In that case, it becomes a child labor issue. So this is the distinctions you need to apply. And just to add a little bit to the CEO's question, you are talking about, your question seems to be like, okay, is it now one-sided that we are not talking about what company must do, what is the responsibility of the employees? Now, I take you back to what I said earlier, and I will just answer it in both ways. So we look at commitment, capacity, and track record. And this is now addressed to you now as the CEO. Now, you need, for all of these things we are saying, human rights, environment, health and safety, all of those things, the simple responsibility you have is to demonstrate that commitment. How? How do you demonstrate commitment? Ensure that you have processes, programs, policies in your business that address these issues. And through these policies, you're able to state your intention. Nobody, no lender, no investor, or no external influence will come to your company and tell you how to do your business. That is your right. So, but what they want to know is, however you intend to do this business, have you documented it? Are we able to see it? What is your statement of intention? So, once you're able to articulate this and you're able to have an oversight responsibility, because that is also very key. You have, if your company is not big enough to hire somebody specifically for this, no problem. There is no offense to that. But someone else can be assigned, maybe HR or whoever, as part of your responsibility to also oversee this. So that is part of the commitment, and also part of the capacity. And also capacity again, you should be able to understand, as a business person, your customers, those people that will help you, you can partner with and accelerate your business. You know them. In the same way you know your partners, be able to know your risk. So that is just it. Understand at what point in the value chain is my risk existing, and to which people is this affecting, who are vulnerable to this. So if we're able to put all this together, you've done your own side of things. And then to the side of the employees, they said bees only go where there is honey. Employees go where working environment is conducive. Good place to work. Every employee wants, it's not necessarily money. Money is a balancing factor, but there are other factors. An employee wants to work in a place where, for instance, he's able to speak when he's disgruntled. He has work-life balance. He's when he makes a mistake, he's not thrown away. He's tolerated, and not tolerated. He has the opportunity to explain and be accountable to that mistake. So all of these little things, and there is a transparent performance management process. When an employee has done well, he should be commended. Motivation. All of those things are things that can create a very good place for work, that employees are ready to give their best to ensure your company grows. And above all, when the company is making progress, let it reflect down the line. Let everybody know that our company is booming. I benefit. That will strengthen them to endure when things are not working well. They will know, oh, this company rewarded me last year, we made profit. This year, there is no profit, no problem. So these are the things that you need to do to create a very good place to work and attract the talent you need. And finally, let me sound it as an advice and also as a warning. Because there is this common notion that, oh, if you don't want to work, he can go. Allow him to go. There are people, 1,001 people that will apply tomorrow if they understand. So this mentality is not a good one. Because when someone has worked in your organization, let's say for 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, that person has understood the secret of that thread. Is a talent. So if you treat him or her anyhow and throw him over the board and throw him away, you bring someone. What we have not quantified is the cost of recruitment. It has cost. The time involved. Now, the management of change. When you lose a key person in your team, you can imagine even if you bring an expert who does the same thing, but in another organization, it will take that person nothing less than 6 months to align and understand your culture and be able to do it the way you want it done. And within this period, you might lose productivity. So all of these things are things you need to put into perspective so that you're able to respect the right of the employees. And once you can do your own part, bet me, you will see talent will be attracted to your company naturally. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I actually wanted to address, there was a question for government because, most of the people here are private sector and the other government representative had to leave. Maybe just in 1 minute, somebody did ask about how you can use AI to strengthen the work that the government is doing around this conversation. Okay, but because we're trying to wrap up, okay. So would he just give the comments? Okay, just in like 1 minute, so we wrap.
My own concern about, and it's in the context of human rights. What I would say, just for records, is government, in as much this dialogue is private sector. So in as much as, and when you look at the pillars of human rights, the first one is protection, and that responsibility is for government. The second one is respect. That is where we come in. But most times, you see that our responsibility to respect human rights is weakened by the fact that the protection is lacking. So it's a lot of concern. And my own is for government. Government has opportunity to do more in ensuring protection. I give you one example and I end it there. And it is one thing that pains me every morning. I go to work. I follow Coastal Road. I drive through Coastal Road to work. If you look your right, your left along that road, you see a lot of displaced human beings. A lot of this government comes every now and then and displaces them because there were a lot of shanties along that road before. Now, when the road was being constructed, of course, we know how that road came about, but it's benefiting me. I thank God for it. But we know how it came about. There was no proper studies done for that massive project. Otherwise, those people would have been taken into consideration. Now, those people were displaced. They live under umbrellas and all manner of conditions. On top of it, government task force comes every now and then, displace them. Nobody is considering that these people are also human beings. They also have basic rights for shelter. Nobody is talking about that. And this is the responsibility of government. So when government says it protects human rights, I think it should live by example. Thank you. Madam, you can.
wasn't here when the question was asked, but I'd love to get the context in which that question was
Talk
asked.
about foundational, like education, and then what the government can use technology. What the government, how the government can use AI and technology with some of the work around this human rights to strengthen accountability.
Okay, to use AI.
Yes, technology.
Oh, all right. Okay. So I will just come from the perspective of the fact that, government doesn't know it all, and there is no shame in saying we can't do everything by ourselves, and that's why we need partners. So in the commission, now I can't speak for government generally because the commission is considered as both government and people. We are like standing in the gap. So we too, we have been receiving our own share of the BASBOs because we are supporting, when they see that we are supporting people and they begin to, they cut our funding, they don't, fund us adequately so that we won't do as much as we want to do. But with the little we can, the little we are able to do, that's why we work with partners. Because we've realized that if we sit alone there, we can't do it alone. The commission has offices in 36 states of the federation. And that's to ease issues of access to remedy for Nigerians. So because under the Paris principle, one of the requirements is the fact that Human Rights Commission must be accessible. Your building must be accessible, and people should have easy access to wherever human rights organizations are. So we work with agencies like the Accountability Lab, other NGOs who have similar mandates to try and see how we can reach everyone, and everyone that has a voice to lend their voice to support this cause. One of the things we've done is we went to the Niger Delta where there was a complaint on issues of oil pollution, and we thought, okay, fine, instead of the people coming all the way to Abuja, let's go there. Let's go and meet them so that a lot of people who have issues will come and report. There was a panel that was set. The first day the commission sat, the big people that have, I'm sure you know them because I'm sure you were one of them. They came and sued us and carried us to court and stopped us from sitting, from having that panel. They hired SANs with plenty money. The commission does not have money to pay plenty SANs. They carried us to High Court, from there to Court of Appeal, and they say, and the court now compounded the matter to say, commission has no jurisdiction to entertain matters that has to do with environmental rights. Yes, you say, I say her. That's how we do. We say her. So now we have gone. So now we have gone to the Supreme Court to say, Supreme Court, please help us interpret, because we don't understand when it comes to issues of environmental rights. We all inhale the same thing. It's a fundamental human right. How will you not say the commission does not have right to entertain issues that have to do with environmental rights? So it's a challenge that we are all going through. So we all need all hands to be on deck to do this. We can't do it on our own. So we've been working with partners, both even government partners. The NITDA, when it comes to issues of technology, we work with NATI. We work with other we have this intergovernment collaboration, and also with other NGOs and CSOs to see how we can resolve some of these issues, because it's not something that we can sit as a organization alone and just, so we are working together. And then they are all part of what we call the National Working Group, because they're under the Business and Human Rights framework. There's supposed to be a working group that's supposed to help in the implementation of that National Action Plan. And is very, very critical, because if we don't work with one another, we can't effectively, bring resolutions to some of the issues that have to do with business and human rights.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you all so much for the interesting conversations and the dialogue so far. I think one thing is very clear, that the human rights conversation is a business. It's about business. It's not just about compliance. It's not just about risk alone. And it affects each and every one of us in this room, across any angle that you want to look at it, gender, whether it's equality, access, whatever it is. And so I think the call to action for each and every one of us is based on all that have been shared, even some examples from our speakers on the panel. You can go back and review internally what your policy is, and if it's just a policy on paper, or if you are actually implementing the human right as it should be, and see how to, collaborate as well. The NHRC said they are open to collaborations. At the UN Global Compact, we have resources for businesses as well on this topic, like the accelerator, we just rounded up. And we continue to strengthen and facilitate these conversations and facilitate action towards seeing change. So I want to say thank you to our amazing panelists. It has really been a great, I believe each and every one of you enjoyed the discussions. Thank you all. I know we ran a bit out of time, but the conversations were so interesting, I guess. So we'll be wrapping up now, and then we are saying thank you to everyone. We're pretty much done. I will hand over to, yes, we'll take pictures outside, but we'll take one now with the panelists.
We have come to the end of this very lovely conversation. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your contributions. So we just want to take a quick group photo outside, and also be picking up a souvenir pack just before you leave. Yes, and so that's about it. We're done. We're a wrap. And thank you for having me as your host. I'm sorry, someone left this at the registration desk. We're taking pictures. Please allow the photographers to direct you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.